Chapter 530, The Berserker Pill. While Zeke was growling and moaning in misery, Michael gently lifted Sabrina from the ground. Here, Michael put his hands into his inner coat pocket and took out a sparkling blue healing potion. Instead of taking the healing potion, Sabrina hugged him so tight and plunged her head into his chest. Michael was surprised, but he didn't push her away. Instead, she began to cry her eyes out to the point Michael felt his shirt becoming wet with her tears. "It's all right, Sabrina. It's okay." Michael couldn't help brushing her head gently. "Why are you here with the vampires?" Michael asked, pretending to know nothing about Sabrina's status. She didn't answer him immediately as she hugged him tight and cried. He could really feel the tightness of her hug. It felt as if she was trying to squeeze him to death. Only after several minutes later did she let him go. Then Michael grabbed her hand and placed the healing potion in her hand. "Drink it. You will feel better." She nodded obediently before drinking the healing potion. Meanwhile, Michael looked down to see Zeke growling and rolling on the sand. The gentle smile on Michael's face immediately vanished into thin air. Instead, a cold, murderous look emerged on his face. The tables were turned against Zeke in a blink of an eye. Michael grabbed him by his collar, pulling him up. "You get off by slapping girls?" Michael smashed Zeke against the coconut tree. Several coconuts fell from the tree because of the force. Plop! The sound emanated from Michael's hand, clashing with Zeke's face echoed through the salty air. Plop! Michael slapped Zeke again, and this time, with more force behind his slap. "H!" Zeke screamed. "Kill him," Sabrina coldly said, picking up Zeke's wooden stick that looked like a mini baseball bat from the ground. Michael turned his head to see Sabrina extending the wooden stick to him. Since she consumed the healing potion, the rosiness returned to her face. Plus, the bruises and puffiness had completely disappeared from her face. Bang! Michael struck the wooden stick against Zeke's shoulder, breaking his shoulder bone in an instant. Arg! Zeke's pain snapped him out of the anti-vampire potion Michael recently brewed after getting the elder vampire's blood. It was super effective against the low-level vampires. However, when inhaled, the potion would slowly eat the organs from inside for a couple of minutes. As a result, they would feel excruciating pain. Michael had no test subjects to test the potion until now. However, he kept an eye on the greater vampire, growling and moaning less than the rest. He wanted to test how long the potion's effects would last. After breaking Zeke's left shoulder, Michael released him as he collapsed to the ground. Then, Michael switched the wooden stick from the left hand to the right hand. The moment he switched the wooden stick, he hit Zeke's other shoulder, putting more force than before. Hence, Zeke's shoulder bone snapped with a sickening crushing sound. But it was music to Sabrina's ears. "How does it feel?" Michael bent down to meet Zeke's eyes. The vampire snarled, showing his teeth and fangs. "Pulch!" The vampire spat on Michael's face. Michael just smiled, but not a gentle, calm smile. On the contrary, it was the smile of a cold-blooded killer. Wrong move. Michael stood up and put his feet on Zeke's shoulder. "Please be advised that the following events contain blood and gore. Please close your eyes if you are lighthearted." Michael mimicked the tone of commentators. "GRRR." Zeke growled as Michael pushed his feet down, crunching his broken shoulder bone. To Michael's surprise, Sabrina didn't take her eyes away from Zeke. "Kill him," Sabrina coldly exclaimed. For the last few weeks, Zeke beat and tortured her every chance he got. If vampires had reproductive organs, Sabrina had no doubt that the vampire would have taken the torture to a new level. After experiencing all the torture and beatings, Sabrina had no mercy left in her towards Zeke. She was innocent, but not a saint. "Good." Michael nodded at Sabrina. Then he kicked Zeke right in the face. Grr, bang, bang, bang. Michael repeatedly kicked Zeke until Zeke's skull cracked and caved in. Michael felt the squishiness of Zeke's brain, but didn't stop till he turned Zeke's head into a mashed potato. Normally, Sabrina would have thrown up at the gory sight, but at that moment, she had no food in her belly. Secondly, she had seen worse things done to humans captured by the vampires when she was in the cage. "Ghost!" Sabrina looked over her shoulder to see the vampires slowly getting back to their feet, including the greater vampire. The excruciating pain in their body slowly lessened with time. Zeke! Elijah clenched his feet, looking at Zeke's headless body, which was still twitching under the neck. 24 versus 1. The odds are against you, Michael said, cracking his neck left and right, facing the murderous gazes of the vampires. Michael stepped in front of Sabrina, shielding her with his body. I can fight, Sabrina stuttered. The broken warrior spirit wanted her to fight so it could heal. No, you cannot. Michael immediately shut her off. Michael noticed the difference between the Sabrina before him and the Sabrina he first met with just a single look. There was no way in hell she could face the vampires without some serious therapy. He then threw the bloody wooden stick to the ground and grabbed his sword, sticking it into the sand. I'm going to enjoy killing you and sucking you dry, Elijah snarled. You know what? Michael sheathed his swords. Since you fuckers pissed me so much, no quick death for any of you. Michael cracked his knuckles. Then he flicked his wrist as a red pill bumped onto his left arm and directly went into his mouth. The berserker pill instantly melted in his mouth and was consumed by his body. As a result, his pupils constricted, muscles tightened, and his eyes showed a tint of redness. Since Sabrina was standing close to him, she noticed his muscles and height growth. He looked a few inches taller and broader than he was a few seconds ago. At that time, 2 vampires dashed at him from the right and 2 from the left. Contrary to Michael, the vampires took out the daggers hanging on their waists. Since they could use arch energy, none of them bothered to buy a sword or a spear, but just had a dagger for cutting open anyone except their own kind. Michael stunned the vampires by dashing at the vampires approaching from the right at an inhuman speed. He grabbed the hand of the vampire, which held the dagger, bent the hand, and stabbed the vampire's chest with his own dagger. Pulch! 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 Michael rapidly stabbed the vampire's chest until he decided to slit his throat. Then, he kicked the body towards the vampires flanking from the left, which left one vampire on his right. The vampire swung his dagger while another 6 surrounded him. He swiftly swayed his body, easily evading the dagger. Then in a blink of an eye, Michael threw an uppercut to the vampire's lower chin. His inhuman strength, produced by consuming the berserker pill, dislocated the vampire's jaw in an instant. Additionally, the vampire's few teeth and blood mixed with saliva sprayed out of his mouth. Michael grabbed the 2 teeth and slammed them against the vampire's eye socket. Then, without giving the vampire the time to regain his balance, Michael grabbed his head and snapped it like a twig. He lifted the dead vampire by his legs and waved it in a circle, knocking down all the 6 vampires who surrounded him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 3,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 400 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 2,500 badass points. The system notification continuously rang in his mind. Sabrina couldn't take his eyes off Michael. He was the exact opposite of Noah, but for some reason, she felt safe with him just as she felt with Noah. She had been praying for her siblings to come to her rescue, and instead of Noah or Rowena, Sabrina received him. She couldn't believe he was wreaking havoc among the vampires without using any spell. It had become clear to Sabrina that he spared Andrew's life and Peter's. Looking at him brutally killing the vampires, her warrior's spirit slowly healed up. Human filth. At that moment, Elijah had enough as he dashed at Michael. Compared to Michael, Elijah was a foot taller than him. He tried to grab Michael by his neck, but Elijah had no idea the extent of raw strength Michael possessed. When Elijah reached out to grab Michael, he bent backward, unsheathed his sword, and swung the sword straight across Elijah's neck. The very next moment, Elijah saw everything spinning around him and a headless body staggering around Ghost. That was the last sight he saw before everything became darker. The vampires halted their steps as they shuddered in fear. Their fear was logical because he had just cleaved their leader's head in a blink of an eye. Many of them didn't even see what had just happened. One moment, Ghost and Elijah dashed towards each other, and the next moment, Elijah's head went flying away from his body. Buffed. "I'm not a fucking saint to keep my word," Michael smirked. Under their terrified gazes, Michael grabbed Elijah's headless body as it rained down blood on him. His face was painted red with Elijah's blood in a few moments. When he smirked, he looked like the devil himself grinning at them. Michael took his time intimidating the vampires and killing them one by one. He massacred them because they hurt Sabrina. If he had known Sabrina was his little sister, Michael would have brought the calamity upon the entire vampire kind. Unlike Noah, Michael had no rules or killing restrictions. He couldn't wait to see Noah's reaction when the Dark Lord revealed the fact that Tenulia and the Guardians put his beloved little sister's life in danger. The Berserker Pill's effect slowly started to fade away as he raised his fist toward the mouth. Then, the APD shot the red pill right into his mouth. Michael looked up at the sky, feeling the pleasurable sensation in his body. He raised his arms to the sky as he was praying. But he wasn't praying, but letting the vampires enjoy their last moments in the world. Chapter 531 Army of the Queen Michael's pupils shrunk when the Berserker unleashed its full effect on him as he grew a few inches taller and broader. The next moment, he dashed at the vampires with such inhuman speed that Sabrina's eyes failed to follow his figure. He crisscrossed among the vampires, cleaving their heads and slashing and dashing them. Of course, some vampires managed to cut him, but Sabrina didn't see any signs of pain on his face. Instead, she was staring at him in complete shock. To her, Ghost seemed like a mix of Rowena and Noah. He had the finesse of Noah and ruthlessness of Rowena. Ghost terrified the terrifying vampires. Some of them tried to run, but unfortunately had no way to go. In a few minutes, the golden sandy shore turned red with blood, and in addition to dried coconuts, the island contained severed heads of the vampires. Weaklings, Michael snickered after killing all the remaining vampires. Instead of approaching Sabrina, he went to the island edge, bent his back, and washed the blood off his face with salt water. Next, he washed his beard, hair, and neck to clean the blood. Then only did he turn around to see Sabrina's frightened face. "You don't have to be afraid of me, Sabrina," Michael said. Splattering the blood from his two swords, he then slowly walked towards Sabrina, who stood closer to the lone coconut tree with a glowing rune on her palm. "Normally, I don't poke my nose into anyone's business, but the vampires brought me here, and you are with the vampires. Do you know what that means?" Sabrina shook her head slowly. "That means whatever you're here for has become my business. We can't fly away from here, and we certainly can't man that ship by ourselves." Michael looked at the merchant ship floating near the island. Of course, he could fly away from the island if he wanted. However, it would defeat his whole purpose of coming here. Still, Michael had to put up a facade like he was brought to the island by the vampires. "So, it's safe to assume you were brought here by the vampires because of that, right?" Sabrina saw Ghost's gaze falling on her glowing hand. Sabrina slowly bobbed her head up and down. He then turned his head to the side to see the glowing rune on the tree. Unfortunately, although the system scanned the rune, it failed to find what kind of energy the rune was pulsating. But as far as Michael felt, the energy was 100 times more powerful than the celestial energy. "Try placing your hand on the rune one more time. I have a feeling our only way out of here is to go through whatever this is." Sabrina hesitated for a few moments, contemplating whether she should involve Ghost in her mess or not. But after looking around the endless ocean, she had a feeling that no one would come to save them any time. Besides, Sabrina wanted to see what the vampires wanted from her. Wait, but when she was just a few inches away from touching the rune on the coconut tree, Michael grabbed her hand. "If we're going to do this, there are some rules. If you follow these, you will get home safe and sound. You got me?" Michael looked into her eyes and didn't move his gaze even an inch away. Under his cold gaze, she had no choice but to nod. "Good. First, you will do what I say and when I say it. No questions." For some reason, the rune on the tree gave off a feeling similar to his runic teleportation runes. If it was like the teleportation rune, then he knew that the rune on Sabrina's hand must be the one that activates the teleportation rune. Just by looking at Sabrina's shivering legs, He could tell that she was terrified to the core by the vampires. Michael had seen the same signs in soldiers tortured in camps in some places back on Earth. So it was obvious to Michael that they tortured Sabria to break her spirit. I can leverage her weakened state to get more information, Michael said to himself. Since her mind and body were in a vulnerable state, he planned to exploit it to get as much information as possible from Sabrina related to the key. Second, no lone wolf bullshit. You're not in the shape to fight alone. So let me do the fighting. You will stay close to me all the time, but no buts. I am giving you a golden opportunity here, Sabrina. You can watch and learn from the best. You can either accept it or throw it away. The choice is yours. Michael interjected her before she could oppose him. Sabrina stared into his calm, pitch-black eyes for a few moments. Finally, Sabrina nodded, having no choice. Now go ahead. Michael released her hand as she finally placed her hand again on the rune. As soon as both runes came into contact, the runes created a powerful shock wave that circled out of the island, forming a strong wave in the sea against the wind. It almost knocked down Michael, but blasted the dead bodies into the sea. The next moment, a bright light beam shot out of the tree, enveloping Sabrina and Michael. Sabrina quickly covered her eyes with her hand. When she opened her eyes, she was standing in a gloomy place void of any color except black and white. She looked up to see nothing but a black sky. She saw nothing but dark walls engraved with countless runes and symbols when she looked around her. Hearing a sudden rustling sound, she jerked her head to the right to see Ghost running his hand through the symbols. The hallway she was standing in was at least 15 meters wide. She slowly made her way towards Ghost, who was busy checking out the symbols and engravings on the wall. The place gave her an eerie feeling with its black and white ambience. Michael, on the other hand, was focused on the engravings and symbols on the wall to the point he didn't even notice Sabrina standing behind him. The seemingly chaotic engravings formed a drawing when looked closer. He could vaguely make out a lion with wings roaring at a woman with a giant woman with several arms. What drew his attention the most was the figure standing beside the lion. He seemed to be holding a sword and a hammer resembling the Doombringer. Is that me? Michael asked himself. Ghost. He snapped back to reality when Sabrina placed her hand on his shoulder. You have any idea about this place? Michael asked Sabrina. He felt like he was dropped into a black and white movie. Even the gems in her dress lost their glow and looked gray. The floor was paved with rough stones, which were also used in the walls. The sky was pitch black, void of any stars or moons. Michael wondered where the light was coming from, but to no avail. Surprisingly, Sabrina responded to his question with a nod. Shadow Realm. The plane between the worlds, Sabrina said, looking around. She read about the Shadow Realm while scouring through the ancient scripts in the Holy Academy Library. Among all the realms, the Shadow Realm was the most mysterious, and many believed it was just a myth. However, after looking around the place, she had no doubts. What might possibly tempt the vampires in this place? Michael slowly walked along the walls as Sabrina followed behind. Can you remember anything the vampires said that could help us? Calm yourself and think. Michael urged her to spill more information about the key. Not only the vampires, but also the Guardians were interested in the key, which could only mean one thing. The key would open the gateway to something much more powerful. Sabrina, however, remained silent without opening her mouth. Michael looked over his shoulder to see her opening and closing her mouth as though she was contemplating whether she should tell him or not. Instead of pushing her too hard, Michael decided to give her some time. Check this out. Michael suddenly halted his steps and pointed at the engravings to Sabrina. She stepped closer to Michael, looking at the symbols he was pointing at. While she was looking at the random place Michael showed her, Michael took out several spiders and drones and let them fly out in all directions to get the place's layout. Am I looking at something? Sabrina asked after a while. No matter how close she looked, she couldn't make out anything but just random shapes and symbols. It's a maze, Michael mumbled under his breath when the drones and spiders formed a map of the place. They were literally standing in the middle of a maze. The drones were still flying as the layout of the place confused Michael as a maze should. I need to come up with a plan, Michael thought. But, of course, Sabrina was the best source to know more about the place was Sabrina. What else do you know about this shadow realm? Any time difference between us and our world? According to the scripts I read, time stays still in the shadow realm. Finally, Michael felt a little bit relieved. In case the time stood still, as she said, he could attend the Aqua Clan auction without missing it. Besides, he didn't have to worry about missing the rest of his studies in Mazeroth. Whoosh! His train of thoughts was abruptly interrupted by a whistling wind. They both felt a gust of wind passing through them. Michael immediately unsheathed his swords while scanning the surroundings. His environmental scanning map didn't reveal any hostiles near him until he vaguely saw a few silhouettes materializing out of thin air surrounding them. System scan them. Michael quickly ordered the system as the creatures walked out from the shadows, revealing their full form. As soon as Michael's gaze swept across them, he creased his brows. There were some kind of humanoid creatures with no skin covering their bodies. The creatures hissed at Michael. To him, they resembled the skinless anatomy dummies in science labs. Sabrina, who had less tolerance for horrifying creatures, immediately felt her stomach growling as her face turned green. Army of the Queen. Surprisingly, Michael heard the system's voice flickering as though something was disarraying the system. Army of the Queen? Michael was surprised. He expected more information from the system other than some cryptic words. Fortunately, Michael was able to feel his arch and celestial energy. Do you have any defense spells? Michael asked Sabrina in a husky voice while watching the skinless humanoid creatures cautiously. Sabrina nodded as he expected. Cast it on yourself and stay close to me. Michael shielded Sabrina with his body by moving closer to her. The fact she felt safe when she was with him surprised Sabrina deep down. She had only experienced this feeling when she was with her family. Hence, she contemplated how she could experience the same feeling with Ghost. Meanwhile, the creatures seemed to be hesitating to attack Michael. They were taking a step forward and back again and again. Trident cross. Sabrina waved her hand as a ghostly golden trident materialized over her head. Then from the trident's end, a translucent shield shot out to cover Sabrina. Michael counted 12 creatures around him. You want to know how powerful they were before unleashing his full power. Ignitia. Michael raised his sword as the lightning bolt traveled through the sword and went straight through the creature, standing 15 meters away from him. As soon as the lightning bolt entered its head, the creature's head exploded into red mist, which startled the others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. The system sounded fine, except when it said the word queen. It felt like there was something else after the queen, but he couldn't hear the word. The static prevented Michael from hearing the word clearly. So weak, Michael mumbled after the headless creature collapsed to the ground. The other creatures angrily hissed at Michael. But since they had no skin on their body or face, there was no expression. So the only sign of anger they could make was hissing. Ring of Fire. Since they were standing in a circle around him, Michael simply cast the Ring of Fire to burn them all with a single spell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. Visit. For the best known or cylinder 3.ng experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. The creatures squirmed and growled on the ground, getting barbecued by the flame. However, since Michael avoided using the dark flames, they didn't completely turn into a pile of ashes. We should move. I have a feeling they're just scouts. Michael didn't waste any time lingering around, but dragged Sabrina into the dark hallway in front of him. Just as Michael grabbed her hand, he noticed the rune on her hand glowing brighter and brighter. Wait a minute. Sabrina was confused as she let Ghost move her hand to circle. As he was moving her hand, Michael noticed the rune was glowing brighter when he pointed her arm in one direction and dimmed while he was pointing on the opposite side. "The rune, it's showing us the way," Michael said to Sabrina. "This must be why the vampires wanted you with them." His words made sense to Sabrina, and they made more sense when they began to walk. After almost 15 minutes of walking in utter silence, the straight hallway branched into several paths. "Point your arm towards each and every path," Michael instructed Sabrina. Currently, 7 paths were branching out in front of them. Although Michael sent his drones into each path, they were still flying and nearing the end of their range. Hence, finding the right path with the drones didn't seem plausible at the moment. From left to right, Sabrina moved her hand as the rune glowed brighter and brighter until her hand pointed at the last 2 pathways. "Do it again." This time, from right to left, Michael instructed. Under his order, she did as she was told. But this time, Michael could see that the 50 pathway from left to right might be the right way, as the rune glowed brighter when she pointed her hand towards it. "This might be the way. Stay closer to me." Michael chose the 5th pathway and began to walk towards it. "So, just out of curiosity, how did you end up with the vampires? They took you from the Holy Trident Academy?" Michael asked Sabrina while walking. No, she shook her head. "I was staying in Maven, a kingdom on the southern continent. Victor and Elijah, they killed the people I was staying with and took me with them. Visit." For a better underscore user experience, Michael noticed that Sabrina didn't tell him she was with the Guardians. "Your family must be thinking you are in the academy. This leads to my next question. Do you think your academy is searching for you? You must be a big deal in your academy, right?" "Big deal. Why do you think that?" For the first time in a long time, Sabrina's lips curled upwards. "Isn't it obvious? Your elder sister is the Holy Maiden of Skyall. Your brother is the youngest Guardian Captain. I heard you're the youngest disciple to enter the Holy Trident Academy. Your family is full of prodigies and talents, Sabrina." Michael really wondered what the hell Diana was smoking when she gave birth to her children. All of her kids turned out to be heaven-defying talents. It was really a wonder for such normal parents to give birth to monsters like Noah and Rowena. Sigh. Surprisingly, he heard Sabrina deeply exhale. "I'm not up to their standards." Her answer surprised Michael. "Look at me. I can't even hold a sword in my hand without shivering. If Rowena or Noah was in my place, they wouldn't have been kidnapped by me." Instead of responding to her family problems, Michael kept walking straight. However, she didn't stop talking. "I was the one who always needed saving. Even now, if you hadn't come, I still would have been a slave to the vampires." Michael sensed a major inferiority complex from Sabrina, but he couldn't blame her completely. The bar set by Noah and Rowena was so high that many wouldn't reach that high in their entire lives. Granted, Noah had Andreas to guide him, but Michael knew even without Andreas, Noah would have been a heaven-defying talent. As far as Michael was concerned, if Noah didn't have Andreas, Noah would have reached greater heights. That old man was using Noah to finish what he couldn't. For once in my life, I wanted people to introduce me as Sabrina Winston, instead of Noah's sister or Rowena's little sister. I want to get out of their shadows and make a name for myself. Michael just made a sound, leading the way. They were slowly approaching a corner where Michael couldn't see what was around the corner with his eyes. But Michael had drones hovering directly above a group of skinless creatures. "You can kill vampires but can't speak?" Sabrina frowned as she expected Ghost to speak his mind. "Shoo!" Michael quickly pushed Sabrina to the wall and placed his finger on his lips, wordlessly telling her to be quiet. Michael slowly moved along with the wall to the corner. He slightly moved his head, looking at the group of 5 skinless figures lying on the ground while one figure stood guard. The group of 5 seemed to be sleeping. The snoring was a dead giveaway. Still, Michael was surprised as he didn't expect them to function like normal human beings. Sabrina moved so close to him to the point he could feel her warm breath on his chest and smell the vague jasmine flavor from the top of her head. Considering she was his chest height, Michael grabbed her head and pushed her to the side. The latest Underfunding Crusodes are on under the website. What are they doing? Sleeping perhaps, Michael whispered to her. Then he slowly unsheathed his swords without making a sound. Surprisingly, Michael extended the hilt of one sword to her. She was confused because he said she couldn't fight before they were teleported to the Shadow Realm. Without waiting for her to grab the hilt, Michael lifted her hand and placed the sword in her hand. Michael noticed her hands shivering, just like she said, "You can't get better without going through pain and suffering. Hold it tight." Michael pressed her fist, tightening her grip on the hilt. "I will take care of the standing one. You sneak up on the others and cut their throats in their sleep." Michael didn't even wait for her answer as he leaped into the air and landed right behind the creature in a blink of an eye. There was no way but to walk past them. His speed and agility really startled Sabrina. He moved like a leaf in the wind, gentle and light. The skinless monster didn't even move until he stabbed it right through the head from behind. After killing the skinless creature, he placed the body on the ground, making no sound. Then, he locked his gaze with her. Sabrina stared at Ghost, who waved his hand, telling her to come forward and end their lives. Real warriors look their enemies in the eyes before taking their lives. Noah's words sounded in Sabrina's mind, preventing her from moving her legs. A coward takes life from behind. A warrior protects a life behind him. She could literally hear Noah's teachings in her head. Never in her life did she take life from behind. Noah taught her to fight like a warrior, not like an assassin. But at that moment, Ghost was telling her to do exactly what Noah said don't. Typical. Michael snickered inside, looking at Sabrina hesitating. Instead of waiting for her to sneak up on them and cut their throats, Michael decided to kill them by himself. Standing around the corner, Sabrina saw Ghost disappointingly shaking his head before stabbing the sleeping creatures through their heads one by one in a few blinks of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. Each time Michael killed a creature, the system awarded him with a measly amount of 10,000 experience points. So that was why Michael asked Sabrina to kill them, because that would have given her some amount of courage. After Michael killed them, she slowly walked toward him with her head down. She couldn't look him in the eyes for some reason, but unlike she expected, Michael didn't say anything. Visit. For a better user experience, come on, let's go. He'll take that. Michael took the sword from Sabrina's hand and turned around to continue his journey, showing no signs of disappointment on his face. As he was leading the way, Sabrina followed him silently. Occasionally, she opened her mouth and shut it closed quickly. Since the path went straight, he did not need to focus on Sabrina's rube. So instead, he focused on the walls to make out shapes from the chaotic scribbling on the walls. After almost 15 minutes of walking in silence, the symbols and drawings on the wall began to make sense. Michael walked along the walls, looking at the engravings. This time, Michael saw a vague shape of a cobra and a man with wings fighting a woman on a giant lizard-like monster. Shit! When Michael touched the man, he felt a sudden bolt of electricity running through his finger. What the hell? Michael touched the engravings of the man again, but unlike before, he felt nothing. Michael walked along the walls with a deep frown on his face. Who is he? Michael asked himself, looking at the man with the wings in the wall. On the other hand, Sabrina saw nothing but scribblings and chaotic shapes on the wall. Nothing made sense to her. She walked behind him until he suddenly halted his steps. She wanted to ask why he stopped, but he raised his finger, wordlessly telling her to not speak. He looked closer at a potion of engravings where the man with the wings was fighting a giant 5-headed hydra. The man looked tiny compared to the hydra, but piqued Michael's curiosity was the vague shape of a human watching the fight from the shadows. The mysterious figure almost resembled his full Lucifer form. Is that me? Michael looked at the figure closely, but suddenly he felt a gust of wind brushing past him. Ding! In a blink of an eye, Michael moved his head to the side as an arrow went into the wall, cutting a few strands of his hair. Sling! Michael unsheathed his swords, pushing Sabrina against the wall so she wouldn't be attacked from behind. Ding! Visit. For a better user experience, ding. This time, Michael deflected the arrows with the two swords. Why don't you show yourself? Let me guess, you're too ugly, Michael sneered. Sabrina looked around, trying to find where the arrows were coming from. But after she heard Ghost's words, she saw a figure slowly appearing near the wall on the other side. The figure who appeared out of thin air looked exactly the same as the skinless monsters Ghost killed before, except the creature in front of them held a bow in its hand. Whoosh! Ah! Sabrina squealed and closed her eyes instinctively. But when she opened her eyes, an arrowhead made of iron was just a few inches away from her. If Ghost hadn't caught the arrow would have gone straight through her head. Trident cross, snapping out of the shock. Sabrina quickly waved her hand as the ghostly golden trident materialized over her head. Whoosh! 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 The skinless archer changed its target when the translucent shield appeared around her. It rapidly fired arrow after arrow at Michael with lightning speed. The archer was indeed fast, but Michael was faster than him. Hence, he easily deflected the arrows with his swords while walking toward the archer. Ignitia. Michael pointed one sword at the creature and fired a bolt of lightning while deflecting the arrows with the other. Gore! The creature growled, leaping away from the lightning bolt just in time. Michael fired lightning bolts rapidly like he was shooting a gun. Thus, the skinless creature was forced to leap and run instead of firing arrows at Michael. It was so easy for Michael, a soul-refining stage warrior, to toy with the weak creature. Besides, the Shadow Realm boosted his power to a certain degree with its dark, gloomy ambience. After a few moments, Sabrina saw a Ghost firing lightning bolts out of both swords. As a result, the creature growled and kept leaping back and forth. It felt as Ghost was toying with the creature to Sabrina. He was not a guy who would toy with his foes. Why are you running? Don't you want to kill me? Michael pretended to play with the creature, but in truth, he was testing the creature's agility, speed, and powers. Even a weak rat would unleash new forms of attacks when pushed to the corner, so Michael wanted to see what the creature before him could do. Visit. For the best known NG experience, Wind Blast, Michael changed his tactic by sending a powerful wave of wind toward the creature, blasting it onto the wall behind. The creature was able to avoid lightning bolts, but it couldn't escape the wind blast. The creature squirmed, trying to get back to its feet. But looking at Michael approaching it gradually, the creature closed its eyes as Michael saw a bright white light enveloping the creature. That's it. Use everything you have. Michael intentionally riled up the creature by laughing at it. Does the host wish to convert the life energy the Queen's Archer radiated to arch energy and show its relative cultivation level? It's nice to see you're being helpful again, system. Michael mumbled under his breath sarcastically. It would cost you 50,000 badass points. No shit, Sherlock. Just take it. Michael didn't try to be stingy, as knowing the enemies was crucial to winning any battle. Until now, he didn't meet any challenging skinless creatures, so he killed them easily. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't meet any stronger creatures. In fact, he had a feeling that they were just in the beginning stages of the maze and would meet terrifying foes on their way forward. Michael halted his steps, waiting for the system to give him the ability to see the creature's cultivation level. Sabrina was confused as she failed to understand why he stopped attacking the creature. On the other hand, she noticed the creature raising its hands to the sky as though it was praying for something. As a result, Sabrina saw a black arrow slowly materializing in its hands. Body strengthening stage. Suddenly, Michael was able to sense the cultivation level of the creature. But, to be honest, he was kind of surprised at how weak it was. Its cultivation stage gradually rose from the body strengthening stage level 2 to 5 and stopped at level 6 when the black arrow finished taking its shape. Grr! The creature knocked the arrow on the string, aiming at Michael, who remained still. Lightning dash. Before the creature could release the arrow, Michael dashed at the creature. The next moment, Sabrina saw the creature's head flying into the air and landing right in his hand as its headless body staggered around the place, spewing dark blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. Without wasting the blood, Michael quickly took out a few vials from the system storage and collected the blood. Afterward, he bent down to cut a piece of flesh from the creature's chest, which nauseated Sabrina. But Michael whistles and cut a chunk of its flesh, showing no signs of disgust on his face. Ring of Fire. After cutting the flesh and taking its head, Michael raised his hand, sending a wave of fire onto the headless body. It took the fire a few minutes to disintegrate the body into a pile of ash and bones. After killing the creature, Michael returned to the wall section where he was staring before the creature attacked him. However, he was disappointed to see the arrow sticking right through the place where he saw a figure resembling him. Visit. For a better user experience, damn it. Michael punched the wall, shocking Sabrina. What was that? She asked, breaking her long silence. Nothing. Come on, let's go. Meanwhile, somewhere else in Immerse, Sabar was sitting behind an oak table with moonlight pouring on him through the window behind him. He closed the thick book he was reading and took a long sip of red liquid from the glass in his hand. One would expect the liquid to be wine, but in truth, it was human blood. What else could an elder vampire like him drink on a beautiful night like this? His eyes were too tired to the point he wanted to cancel his night hunt and go to sleep. However, when he was about to stand up, he heard someone knocking on his door. Come in, Saber calmly said as a young girl wearing a black top and a white mini skirt entered the room, carrying a wooden box. Lord Saber, someone has sent you this. Saber creased his brows as he smelled a familiar scent from within the wooden box. Leave it here. The maid girl placed the box on the table, bowed towards him, and left the room, leaving Saber alone in his rather empty room. Saber waited until the footsteps were completely unhearable. Then, looking at the wooden box, Saber exhaled. Then, he slowly lifted up the wooden box to see the bloody, severed head of Hacken staring at him. Hacken, even at that moment when a fellow elder vampire's dead eyes were coldly staring at him, Saber didn't lose his calmness. Instead, he closed Hacken's eyes and picked up the letter beside the head. It was obvious to Saber that whoever killed Hacken left the letter for him to read. So, he didn't waste any time, but picked up the letter and opened it. Dear Saber, I hope you are enjoying your evening in the Arar continent, the land of the rich. If you wish to continue your life by leeching onto wealthy nobles, you may do so. However, the moment you step outside Arar, I will end your pathetic life, just like I did to your friend Hacken. Yours truly, the one who's holding your life. Chill. Out of the blue, the windows behind him shattered as an arrow went straight through his shoulder. Saber jerked around to see no one in the sky. He dashed outside, but there was no one in the area as far as he could see and sense. Who are you? Floating in midair, Hacken asked himself. The latest _episodes are on website. Am I being hunted? After navigating the maze for an exhaustingly long time, Michael saw Sabrina's pace slowing down. She breathed heavily while occasionally massaging her ankles. They could have flown, but Michael wanted to preserve his energy to fight if the skinless creatures ambushed them suddenly. Let's rest here. Michael looked around before halting his steps. Sabrina heaved a sigh of relief as she was waiting for him to stop. She quickly sat on the ground as Michael took out a stack of firewood from his system storage. The Shadow Realm was void of colors, but not void of coldness. So Michael placed the firewood between them and lit the firewood by sending a tiny bolt of lightning from his finger. Michael sat before the fire, placing his two swords on the ground beside him. Sabrina hadn't spoken a word to her since she failed to kill the skinless creatures. Sabrina gawked at him in the corner of her eyes to see ghosts staring at the blank black sky above them. Finally, she mustered up the courage to speak to him. I am sorry. Hearing her words, Michael lowered his head to look at her flustered face. Sorry? For what? Michael asked. For not killing them. Michael took a long, deep breath. I don't blame you, Sabrina. You have your own moral codes. There's nothing wrong with that. Just a friendly piece of advice. Don't let your moral codes kill you. Michael told her with his usual calm tone and gentle smile. They are not mine. Her voice trailed off. My brother taught me the virtues a warrior must have. I grew up learning these from him. How could I suddenly break them? She explained herself. Michael just nodded without saying anything else. I know you have something to say, Ghost. So please speak your mind. Her eyes water as Michael sighed. You were with the vampires. Did you see them abide by the same moral codes you have? She shook her head. The latest underscore SOTIs are on the website. Welcome to the real world, Sabrina. The foes you will face have only one code: survive. I have moral codes too, but if they put me in danger, it'll break them in a blink of an eye. That's how I survived till now. Maybe you can follow your code of warrior because you have a family to protect you. Many don't have that virtue. Sabrina didn't take her gaze away from his for a moment. You miss them? She asked, tilting her head innocently. Who? Asked Michael. Your family, why should I? They certainly didn't miss me. Sabrina sensed the coldness in his words. It showed Sabrina how much he hated his family deep down. My mom always said a mother would never abandon her child willingly. You should get some sleep. Michael did not wish to continue the discussion. Hence, he just stood up from the ground and walked toward the wall behind Sabrina. He wanted to check if he could find any drawings or engravings that would give him some insight into the place. Michael almost forgot to give her a blanket and a mattress to sleep on, but Sabrina surprised him by sleeping on the floor, curling herself into a ball. Here, Michael came to her and flicked his wrist as a soft black mattress and a comfy blanket appeared beside Sabrina. Your mind and body need sleep. It's... What? You have something against sleeping on a mattress? His stern voice gave her no leeway to talk back. Hence, she just climbed onto the mattress and covered herself with his blanket. Every fiber in her body felt relieved when he lay on a mattress. It had been so long since she felt the comfort of a bed as she slept on the wooden floor in a cage. Never in her life had she appreciated the warmth of a blanket and the comfort of a mattress like she did at the moment. Thank you. She looked up at him with watering eyes. Sleep. You are safe now. Michael squatted beside her, gently brushing her head with a smile that warmed her heart and provided a much-needed comfort to her. Thinking Ghost would protect her, Sabrina closed her eyes without worry. Finally, she felt as though she was home. Poor girl. Noah and his fucking codes fucked her up. Michael pitted Sabrina. Visit. For a better user experience, when he was about to stand up and return to the wall, she grabbed his hand. Please stay with me. Don't leave me. Sabrina opened her eyes while squeezing Michael's hand tight. I'm not going anywhere. Michael tried to take his hand away, but she didn't let go of his hand. Her grip was strong enough to tell him she wouldn't let him go so easily. Letting out a long sigh, Michael sat beside her. Still, she didn't release his hand. I am here. Now sleep. Since Michael couldn't help but pity Sabrina because of what she had gone through. Finally, she closed her eyes once again while holding his hand tight. Having no choice but to stay with her, Michael sat beside her and took out the book Lord Information gave him. He opened the book with one hand as his other hand was being used as a pillow by Sabrina. While reading the book, Michael tried to contact Azazel, only to fail. Michael lost track of time reading the book. He was drowned in reading until Sabria snuggled closer and closer to him. Shit, Michael cussed as she climbed onto his leg and placed her head on his lap. Michael felt so uncomfortable since only Gaia had ever slept on his lap. It felt weird for a few moments, but when he saw Sabrina sleeping peacefully, he just smiled and let her sleep on his lap. He even brushed her hair with his other hand. Almost an hour passed as Michael closed the book and looked at Sabrina. He felt something weird. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something felt so odd, like he had some kind of connection with the girl. Should I take a blood sample? Michael asked himself. He even extended the needle in his APD to get some of her blood. But unfortunately, he halted his movement as he sensed several skinless creatures surrounding him. Michael saw at least 12 skinless creatures around him. Some carried bows while the rest had tridents. Shoo! Michael put his finger on his lips. The skinless creatures around him were at the core formation stage level 3. These mindless creatures were nothing but an annoyance to Michael. He gently lifted Sabrina's head and placed it on the book, replacing his lap with the book. He extended his hand towards the swords a few meters away as the swords flew into his hands. She is sleeping, so keep it down, Michael whispered to the skinless creatures. Something told Michael that they understood their language. GGRR-, but one of the skinless creatures that held a trident tried to growl. However, Its growl was cut close by Michael. In a blink of an eye, he needed its life by sending a lightning bolt through its throat. While the skinless creatures were startled by the quickness of his kill, Michael looked down at Sabrina to see her still sleeping without moving an inch. After making sure she was still sleeping, Michael looked up at the sky and raised his sword. A glint of shock emerged in their eyes. Michael saw a heat signature in the sky. Although it was invisible, he knew there was someone watching him. He had the feeling of someone watching him since he was teleported to the Shadow Realm. But only now could he see a heat signature. Visit. For a better user experience, as soon as he raised his sword, the heat signature vanished into thin air. Kill him. Surprisingly, Michael heard an echo after the heat signature disappeared. It was a demonic voice 100 times more frightening than his Lucifer voice. Queen. For the first time, Michael heard a word coming out of the creature's mouth. Charm. Sabrina squirmed after they made a sound, but Michael quickly sent a soft wave of wind, brushing her head. Queen Han. Michael looked around the skinless creatures. He took a step forward as all the archers rained down arrows on him. Then, without even blinking an eye, Michael cast the wind blast. The spell created a powerful blast of wind around him, tossing the arrows away from him. But before Sabrina could wake up, he took out a sleeping pill and threw it near Sabrina's nose. The pill immediately turned into a vapor and entered her nostrils. As a result, she started to snore and fall into the deepest pits of sleep. Now we can start the party, Michael snickered. But instead of dashing toward them and fighting like earlier, Michael accessed his system storage to retrieve a dark potion. Meanwhile, the archers prepared to fire another volley of arrows, and the trident-carrying creatures poised to attack Michael as soon as he took another step toward them. The creatures expected Michael to fight as he did on his way here. However, Michael surprised the creatures by throwing the potion in his hand into the fire burning before him. The vial shattered with a muffled sound. Soon, a cloud of white smoke emerged from the fire, immediately mixing with the air around them. Michael felt nothing even after inhaling the smoke. However, the skinless creatures growled as they grabbed their throats. Grrr, they kept growling as most of them dropped the weapons in their hands to the ground. A few seconds later, they all collapsed, squirming like a fish out of water on the ground. Blood seeped out from every pore in their skinless body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level queen worshipper. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. One by one, the skinless creatures died by drowning in their own pool of blood. The nanites mixed with the potion he brewed using the creature's head and flesh produced a powerful poison. In truth, the poison's effect surpassed his expectations. The only unfortunate thing was even though the creatures were relatively at the core formation stage, he didn't receive more experience points. Shit, he is coming for me. Michael heard a panic-stricken voice out of the blue. He jerked his head away in the direction, but saw no one in the area. He scanned the area and tuned his X-ray vision. But still, Michael saw no life signs around him except Sabrina, who was sleeping peacefully. Arrest him! Michael heard another voice of a woman with a British accent. He is hunting me. Michael heard the first voice he heard again. Draven. Visit. For a better user experience. Michael was so confused by the voices. No matter how much he looked around, he couldn't find the source of these voices until he noticed a small glimmer in the wall behind Sabrina. He slowly and cautiously made his way to the wall. The part of the wall he noticed a glimmer had a crack, and finally he found out that the voices coming through the crack. He leaned closer to the wall, placing his ear against the crack to listen to the voice. However, the moment he placed his ear on the wall, he felt a sudden force pulling him into the crack. What the fuck? Michael tried to pull himself free from the force, but he failed. He couldn't even move an inch. System. Michael called for the system's help, except the system did not respond to him. The next moment, everything around him became pitch black. HRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR few hundred meters away. He wondered where he was and tried to contact the system, but it didn't respond. He felt like he was soaring through the air like a rocket. The feeling was familiar to Michael. He felt the same when he was transmigrated to this world from Earth. Hence, Michael could vaguely guess he was being transmigrated somewhere else. But he wondered why and how. He didn't panic as he got closer and closer to the light at the end of the dark place. When he reached the light, everything around him changed. The black and white ambience of the shadow realm vanished as the colors returned to the world before him. "Put me in the super prison." Michael heard the shouting voice again. At that moment, Michael noticed he was floating inside what seemed to be a command center that had a semi-modern and fantasy vibe. The numerous men and women sat in front of glass that resembled modern monitors, but the people themselves wore medieval robes. The walls and floor were built with some kind of gray wood which, coupled with the blue light radiated by the mirrors, gave the place a vibe of a law enforcement command center. "Didn't you hear me? He is coming for me." Michael heard the voice, and he jerked his head in the direction to see a shocking sight. A man with 6 hands shouting at a man on the elevated platform at the hall's back. He had 2 human hands and 4 hands protruding out of his back. Compared to his human hands, the hands coming out of his back were longer and seemed rubbery. In addition to his surprising 6 arms, the man wore dark goggles covering half of his face. On the contrary to the man with 6 hands, the man he was shouting at looked normal, calm, and composed. Instead, the dark-skinned man radiated a domineering aura. Michael turned his gaze at the mirrors for a moment to see various pictures of people and images of places running on. Suddenly, the mirrors went blank as they flickered with red light. "What's happening?" the dark-skinned man on the platform asked in a thick accent. Soon, 5 figures dressed in various superhero costumes entered the hall through the door behind the dark-skinned man. The men and women in the hall waved their hands. They kept touching the various symbols appearing on the mirrors until the mirrors stopped flickering with red light. "Visit. For a better user experience, I don't know general." Suddenly, the Etherian energy readings went off the charts. A young man said as the man with 6 arms shivered. "It's him. You have to save me." When the man with 6 arms stuttered, the 5 figures who had just entered the room poised to attack the man. Among the 5, 2 youngsters didn't wear any masks. One was a dark-skinned young man with a muscular physique and tall. He wore a jade t-shirt and a pair of spiky gloves. Meanwhile, the other was a strikingly beautiful blonde girl who tied her hair into a short ponytail. She moved her mouth as though she was chewing a piece of gum inside. The remaining 3 all wore latex costumes, and all looked different and unique from one another. The man leading the group wore a suit resembling the suit of a Spider-Man, except his crimson-red suit was sleeveless. The girl behind him wore a yellow suit with black stripes resembling a Bengal tiger. Except for the ponytail striking out of her mask, the suit covered every part of her body. The last group member wore a half mask covering the face above his mouth. His suit had a mix of red and blue with a symbol of an eagle engraved onto his chest. Something told Michael that they were all young and some kind of superheroes. "System, where the fuck is happening right now?" asked Michael. He tried to touch the wall beside him, but as he expected, his hands went inside the wall. "The host has been pulled into another universe from the Shadow Realm. The host is currently in an astral form. Your physical body is still in the Shadow Realm." Fuck, another universe? How did that happen? This was one of the few scenarios in which even Michael became confused. He looked around one more time at the panic-stricken people in the hall. "System, what's the time difference between this universe and mine?" Michael calmed himself as he knew panicking wouldn't help solve anything. The host has nothing to worry about. In the Shadow Realm, not even a second has passed. So the time difference between your universe and Etheria is negligible. So this universe is called Etheria? Michael slowly floated towards the young man who talked about energy readings. Michael tried to slap the young man, but his hand went straight through the man's head, making Michael smile. "How do I get out of this place?" "Your soul cannot stay apart from your body for long. The Shadow Realm will return your soul to your body soon. Michael was relieved to hear that he could return to his universe soon. Of course, he was curious and wanted to know more about Etheria, but he had his own problems to deal with and things to finish before thinking of conquering Etheria. Why am I here, though? The system level is too low to answer the host question. You know, you've been less useful recently. The latest unrecorded course ODs are on website. Says the host who doesn't upgrade the system more often. The system snickered. What the hell is he doing here, Chandler? The red-suited hero asked the dark-skinned man. Unlike the latex-suited youngsters, the man wore a long black coat with crimson-red lining and had wavy neck-length hair. Stand down, the man raised his hand. He's here to surrender. Surrender. The tall, muscular guy opened his eyes wide. No, I am not buying it, Chandler. He's trying to pull something. The girl chewing the bubble gum looked skeptical, as well as the muscular guy. Since Michael had nothing else to do, he wanted to see what was happening. He floated towards the group, run a full scan of the ship. I don't want to get caught with my pants down. Instead of responding to the angry youngster, the man ordered his crew. For God's sake, put me in jail or call the Supreme Ones. Michael noticed the man with 6 arms shivering uncontrollably and sweating like a pig. Calm down, Fergus. You're safe here. Michael turned back to see a young woman in black Kevlar armor walking towards them. She almost walked through Michael. General Atkins, she placed her 3 fingers on her chest and bowed towards Chandler. We have searched through the ship. We are safe and secure, General. After hearing the lady, Fergus deeply exhaled. He looked a little bit relieved. Now will you tell us why he suddenly changed his mind? Michael saw the sleeveless hero ask, "The Reaper." The entire hall went silent when Chandler said the name The Reaper. No one uttered a word, and Michael saw fear and terror in everyone's eyes except Chandler and the lady who entered the hall lastly. Fergus believes the Reaper is going to kill him next, Chandler said. Believes? Fuck you, Chandler. What do you think happened to Poison Lenora? Fergus asked, looking at the 5 youngsters. According to the UFH records, she disappeared. The girl chewing a gum answered Fergus as he snickered. Disappeared my ass. She was killed. No, not killed. The Reaper slaughtered her. As soon as Fergus spoke these words, the youngsters gasped in shock. Visit. For the best no-read-on-FNG experience, the youngsters were stunned. Michael could sense the shock in their hearts despite their masks covering their faces. What the hell is he talking about, General? The girl wearing tiger suit asked. What happened to her was strictly need to know. I have a feeling that you have a reason to share this information with us now. Michael turned his gaze towards the young man with an eagle emblem on his chest. His voice had a rather soothing effect as he spoke so calmly. You're going to escort Fergus to Supreme One's headquarters? No. Both the sleeveless guy and Fergus shouted at the same time, disagreeing with Chandler. Why can't you take me there? Or get the Supreme Ones to take me? I'm not going to go with these amateurs. The Reaper would massacre them in minutes. The muscular young man threw him a threatening glance at Fergus, but he didn't give a damn. Bringing you ourselves to them is like flashing our location to the Reaper, Michael heard Chandler. But by looking at his eyes, Michael could tell Chandler was lying. The real reason why he was ordering the youngsters to escort Fergus was definitely something else. Michael was 100% sure. Alert! 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 Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in the ship as the room turned red. What's happening? The lady behind General Chandler shouted. Michael noticed the images running on the mirrors, slowly transforming into a wolf's head. General Chandler, we've been hijacked by the lone wolf, the young man from before shouted at General Chandler. I knew it. I knew coming here was a mistake. I'm out of here. Fergus frantically shook his head before trying to get out of the platform, but the 5 youngsters blocked his way. You're not going anywhere, the sleeveless hero exclaimed. Visit. For a better user experience, get her out of my ship. General Chandler raised his voice as the men and women in the hall began to work like bees. Then, General Chandler turned around to look at the lady. Captain Ivy, get your team ready and meet me here in 5 minutes. I have a feeling the Reaper is coming here for his life. The crew of General Chandler began to work like worker bees. Michael flew around the hall, trying to better understand how the mirrors worked. They looked like some kind of hybrid of magic and technology. Michael noticed every mirror had a glass cube with a bright light glowing within. What kind of energy source is this? Michael asked himself. He also saw wires running into and out of the glass cube to a copper box with several components and a complex web of wires inside. General Chandler. Michael stopped hovering around when he heard a loud mechanical voice echoing through the hall. Hand over Fergus to us. Michael saw the crew, looking flustered, trying to free their systems from the hacker. He didn't know this world was familiar with the term hacking, but they were undoubtedly hacked by someone. Everything happening in front of him piqued his curiosity to the next level. It was kind of relaxing to sit back and watch the chaos someone else had been creating. Instead, he was excited to see what would happen next while pondering why the Shadow Realm teleported him to Etheria. That's not going to happen, General Chandler calmly said. They all waited for the hacker to respond, but they simply didn't. Thud! Suddenly, the ship jerked as something just hit the ship from above. The ship's defense systems have been deactivated. Michael heard the mechanical voice of the ship resonate in the hall. He could feel his excitement rising within his heart. Captain Ivy, go, General Chandler ordered Eve as she rushed out of the hall. Everyone. After sending Ivy away, General Chandler called out his crew. Go to the hangar bay. The crew members immediately stood up from their seats. They left for the door on the other side in an orderly manner without raising any objection to his word. General Chandler, what's happening here? The tall, muscular guy asked, bewildered. Visit. For the best no_NG experience, you idiot. Don't you get it? He's here. Fergus snapped, let me go. Fergus had no courage to stay with the UFH's recruits anymore. When he decided to surrender, he thought UFH would send him to the super prison or the Supreme ones. However, he never expected General Chandler would ask a bunch of amateurs to guard him. Fergus had better chances to survive alone than with the newbies. Thus, he made up his mind to get the hell out of the place before the Reaper could reach him. Michael flew back to the elevated platform, where he saw Captain Ivy returning to General, along with a group of white-armored soldiers carrying crossbows and spears. Harry. General Chandler turned his gaze to the youngster wearing sleeveless latex armor. Escort Fergus to Bay 15. Captain Ivy boom. The ship shook again, and they all heard a loud explosion coming from somewhere in the ship. Go! General Chandler raised his voice as the group quickly turned around to leave the command center. However, they didn't even take a few steps toward the door when the door closed automatically. We are trapped, Fergus panted. His breathing turned heavier and heavier as he looked pale. Michael noticed Fergus kneading his hands nervously. The soldiers behind Captain Ivy climbed down the stairs on each side of the platform to surround the hall. The room was lit with red light, giving an eerie feeling to Michael. Boom! Yet again, they heard another sound reverberating in the hall. Though this time, it wasn't the sound of an explosion, but sounded like someone banging the ceiling above them. Prepare for battle, General Chandler gravely said. Michael could see the dark frowns on his face. He seemed confident and calm, but his voice had a tinge of concern. The more Michael saw their reactions, the more curious he became. He wanted to see who the Reaper was and how they fought in Etheria. Bang! The ship trembled yet again, and the mirrors flickered until they turned black. The room turned gloomier and darker after the mirrors went off. The latest episodes are on website. Afterward, the banging sound finally stopped. The eerie silence haunted the room, making every passing second a daunting experience. Let's see what makes this Reaper a big deal. The muscular guy cracked his knuckles. Harry, do you think your team is ready? General Chandler asked Harry without turning back. He still looked at the empty command center before him. I think we're going to find out. Harry sounded a little bit nervous. We are all dead. Fergus just collapsed to the ground. There was no fight left in him. However, Lenora was several times more powerful than him, and she was a gifted one. She not only possessed the power of charm, which puts people under her influence, but also the power to make plant life do as she wishes. She could kill anyone with a single kiss by sending the deadly toxins in her body into her prey. She was one of the most feared supervillains in all Etheria, yet Fergus saw the Reaper slaughtering her like cattle. She stood no chance against him, none at all. Bang! The ship trembled violently as a huge chunk of the wooden ceiling came down, crushing several mirrors under and creating a cloud of dust in the center of the room. Captain Ivy and her men immediately surrounded the cloud of mist as Michael vaguely saw a silhouette standing in the mist. Ivy and her men slowly approached the center when they saw the shadow of wings appearing in the wall behind the mist. The man with the wings. Michael recalled the engravings on the wall he saw. The wings and the silhouette of the figure looked precisely the same as the engraving. Now Michael wondered who the other person in the drawing was, the one who was watching the man with the wings battling a lady with hundreds of arms. The Reaper, Fergus mumbled, and when Michael looked down, he noticed a wet spot enlarging on his brown pants. Fergus had literally pissed himself just by looking at the Reaper. It was apparent to Michael that whoever the Reaper was, he put the fear of gods in his enemies' hearts. Boom! Ivy and her men were just a few meters away from the Reaper when he flapped his feathery wings. The next moment, a powerful shock wave created by the flap of his wings sent Ivy and her men crashing onto the wall behind them. Although Michael was not in his physical form to feel the shock wave, he could guess the force by looking at the trembling platform. The youngsters and General Chandler had to hold onto the rails to avoid stumbling down. Michael looked around to see Ivy and her men lying on the ground without any movements. Some even bled because of how badly they hit the wall before falling onto the ground. Dang! The girl chewing a gum stick blew out a bubble and exclaimed. The shock wave cleared the cloud of dust, revealing the Reaper to everyone in the hall. As soon as Michael's gaze swept the Reaper, he was hit with a familiar feeling. The Reaper wore a long black coat and a suit of armor that seemed like it was made of Kevlar and some metal plates underneath. Visit. For a better user experience his raven black hair, how he dressed, and the cold, murderous look in his eyes reminded Michael of himself. Besides, Michael had a feeling that he had seen him in life before. To be honest, Michael thought the Reaper would be old, or at least a middle-aged man after seeing how they acted. However, the Reaper was a young man. At most, he would be 25 or 26, definitely not more than that. Give me Fergus, and no one has to get hurt here. The Reaper's voice sounded like a death bell, clear, loud, and dosed and full of killing intent. Except you. The tall, muscular guy leaped from the platform and landed a few meters away from the Reaper. Carl! Harry shouted, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Carl walked towards the Reaper, cracking his knuckles. Get ready to taste my knuckles sandwich, Carl snickered. When Carl got a hand-reaching distance to the Reaper, he closed his fist and threw a punch. Regardless of his size, Carl surprised Michael with his speed. However, the Reaper surprised him more by easily evading the punch with a sway of his body. Pulch! The next moment, Carl caught up blood. Carl! His team shouted as they saw a black sword sticking out of Carl's back. Harry and the others were stunned beyond words. Their minds went blank as they had never seen Carl bleed until now. Carl was the team's defender whose power was super strength and impenetrable skin. His powers made Carl a feared superhero among the young generation of heroes. Carl's legs became weak, and as a result, he fell on the Reaper. The teammates were still shocked while the Reaper twisted the sword sticking through Carl's back. Truncheon blade. The Reaper patted Carl's back and sent his sword deeper into Carl's gut. As a sword expert himself, Michael could tell that a stab would not take Carl's life but immobilize him. The Reaper could have easily bent his back and swung his sword across Carl's head. But the Reaper chose not, which showed Michael that the Reaper spared Carl's life when he could have taken his life without breaking a sweat. Finally, the teammates snapped out of their shock and leaped at the Reaper with uncontrollable anger and fury. Michael looked at each youngster closely to see what their superpower was. The one wearing a tiger suit leaped into the air with such finesse and ease, showing her acrobatic skills. Then, Michael noticed Harry dashing at the Reaper with superhuman speed, followed by the youngster with the eagle emblem on his chest. The young man's fist lit up as lightning bolts crackled around his wrist. The last one in the group was the young girl chewing a stick of gum. Instead of following her teammates, she remained on the platform. Michael wondered what her superpower was, and his question was soon answered when a golden bow materialized in her hands. You had sent them to their death, Fergus mumbled with all of his 6 hands on his head. He seemed to have already accepted his death because he didn't even try to escape. The latest _up_sodies are on _the website. Meanwhile, the wings just disappeared from sight as the Reaper drew his sword out of Carl. Carl collapsed to the ground, holding his gut to stop the bleeding. "Cheetah, take him away," Harry shouted at the tiger-suited girl. She was diving toward the Reaper, but when she heard Harry's order, she changed her trajectory and landed beside Carl. Whoosh! The girl beside Chandler sent a golden arrow made of sparkling energy to the Reaper to prevent him from attacking. However, the Reaper simply raised his hand, catching the arrow in midair without breaking sweat. At that time, the youngster with the eagle emblem shot into the air, leaving a trace of blue light behind him. Michael felt like watching a superhero movie. While the cheetah was dragging Carl away from the Reaper, Harry dashed at the Reaper as the man flying in the air extended his hands towards the Reaper, firing beams of blue energy. The Reaper swung his sword with one hand, blocking Harry's punches while raising his other hand as a black shield retracted out of the metal bracelet in his arm. The black shield reflected the light beams back at the man above. The youngster didn't expect the shield to return his energy beams to him. He tried to evade, but was a few seconds late as the light beam blasted him onto the ceiling above him. "Neon!" Harry shouted. Seeing Neon hitting the ceiling sling, Harry was still in shock when the Reaper swung his fist, sending the shield flying towards a girl, firing arrows from the elevated platform. Boom! Michael saw the black shield crashing onto the girl and sending her flying back. The bow and arrow in her arms vanished into thin air, and surprisingly, the shield bounced onto the wall behind the girl and flew back to the Reaper. While looking at the battle, Michael understood one thing. The superhero team wasn't amateurs, but the Reaper had superior battle experience than them. He was calculating everyone's move even before they could make it. Despite the youngsters showing good teamwork and coordination, the Reaper had the upper hand because of battle awareness. As the shield returned to his hand, the Reaper turned his full focus to Harry, who fought without any weapons. Michael saw the shield retracting into the bracelet rather than disappearing as Michael initially expected. The device on the Reaper's arm gave him the idea to build something like that so he could defend himself in a physical fight. Until now, Michael depended on his superior close combat skills and sword master to defend himself in a battle with no spells involved. Although Michael felt no need for a shield as it would cramp his fighting style, he decided to build a device like the one the Reaper has. Neon and the archer girl were picking themselves from the ground as Harry fought the Reaper single-handedly. Michael couldn't take his eyes off the Reaper and Harry. It was like watching a kung fu movie where two masters fought to the death. Visit. For a better user experience compared to the rest, Harry seemed to have more battle experience. He almost reacted as fast as the Reaper and blocked his punches and kicks. "I can do this all day," Harry said, blocking the Reaper's punches. "I don't have all day," the Reaper snickered. The very next moment, the Reaper vanished into thin air, shocking everyone except Chandler. However, Michael noticed Chandler's face showed no signs of shock. If Michael was right, Chandler knew about the Reaper's powers, unlike the rest. Harry was stunned when the Reaper vanished into thin air. He jerked his head around to locate him, but failed to do so. Then, suddenly, he appeared behind Harry. Although Harry possessed the power to sense dangers, his reflex failed him because the Reaper was too fast. He sweep-kicked Harry to make him lose balance, and then the Reaper roundhouse kicked Harry in the head with enough force to create a small shockwave around them. Harry, Neon, the archer girl, and the cheetah all shouted as they dashed at the Reaper. The Reaper stomped on Harry's chest as he coughed up blood through his mask. The archer girl and Neon repeatedly fired arrows and energy beams at the Reaper. At the same time, the cheetah dashed at him with her claws growing several inches from her fingers. Aya! The cheetah swung her steel-like claws at the Reaper, only to be blocked by the shield on the Reaper's hand. Her claw produced sparks when they clashed with the shield. Unfortunately for the cheetah, she was not on the same level, or her claws were sharp enough to cut his armor. Hence, he simply let her scratch his chest, and when she did, he easily grabbed her hands. Whoosh! At that exact moment, the archer girl fired an arrow. Little did she know that the Reaper would use the cheetah as a shield. Pulch! The arrow pierced the cheetah's back. Cheetah! The girl shouted and panicked at what she had done. Meanwhile, the Reaper showed his ruthless side of him by pushing the arrow sticking out of the cheetah's back further into her. He did not stop with that. Instead, he unsheathed his black sword from his behind, lightning quick, and stabbed the cheetah in the gut. Just like before, Michael noticed he didn't go for the kill, but stabbed her just to immobilize her. Neon didn't fire energy beams because Cheetah stood so close to the Reaper. After Michael pushed aside the cheetah, Neon flew towards her instead of attacking the Reaper. Visit. For a better user experience, he flew towards the cheetah as fast as possible and tried to fly away from the Reaper with the cheetah in his arms. The Reaper, however, had a different idea. The Reaper grabbed Neon by his legs when Neon flew closer to him and pulled Neon towards him. The Reaper was too strong as Neon couldn't fly away. As his feet touched the ground, the Reaper grabbed Neon by his neck and punched him in the face. Grrrh, Harry growled, but the Reaper knocked him out once again with a stomp on Harry's head. Bang! 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 The Reaper repeatedly punched Neon in the face as Michael saw blood splashing out of Neon's mouth, along with a few teeth. Seeing her teammates getting slaughtered, the archer girl lost her calm composure. She leaped from the platform. In mid-air, she fired arrows after arrows and didn't stop raining down arrows even after her feet touched the ground. She was really talented with the bow. Otherwise, she would have hit Neon instead of the Reaper. Her arrows hit the Reaper without missing, but none of the arrows could penetrate his armor. She moved closer and closer to the Reaper to the point she swung her fist in uncontrollable anger. However, the anger blinded her and lowered her intelligence. She was an archer, not a close combat fighter like Harry or the cheetah. Even they couldn't beat the Reaper, let alone an archer and a delicate girl like her. When she tried to beat him with the energy bow, the Reaper released Neon's neck as he collapsed to the ground. You should have gone for the head, the Reaper coldly said before grabbing both her arms. Bang! The Reaper head-butted the archer with enough force to knock her out instantly. Then, when all the five were on the ground, either knocked out cold or bleeding, the Reaper finally turned his gaze at Chandler. Michael followed the Reaper behind as he suddenly vanished into thin air. A second later, he appeared behind Chandler. No. Fergus began to stutter in fear. Chandler slowly turned around to see the Reaper staring at him. Draven. Chandler called the Reaper by his name. Unlike Fergus, who shivered and looked pale, Chandler remained calm and composed. You are walking a dangerous path, Draven, Chandler said in a grave tone, but Draven didn't reply. The latest episodes are on our website. You are doing more harm to Etheria than good, Draven. You can't clean this world by killing everyone you think needs to be killed. A whole lot of good you're doing, Chandler. Draven snickered. I am talking to the Draven I know, the Angel of Lotus. Not to the Reaper. You have become surprisingly. Michael saw Draven burst into laughter. High-scold laughter echoed through the eerie hall until he stopped laughing. The Angel of Lotus is long dead. They slaughtered my family in front of my eyes, and when I need the UFH most, you took away my powers. Draven grabbed Chandler by his neck and lifted him off his feet. Your people catch villains at the cost of innocent lives, and they call them heroes. I kill a villain to save those innocent lives, and you call me evil. It's not fair. Your ways are wrong, Draven. There is no difference between what you do and what the people you kill do. Chandler struggled to speak those words. If anyone follows me, I won't be merciful next time. Draven punched Chandler in the face without holding back his strength. As soon as his fist met Chandler's face, Chandler's nose cracked with a sickening, crunching sound. Draven threw Chandler off the platform and looked down at Fergus. Don't kill me. Fergus crawled back in fear. Crack. Michael saw Draven step on Fergus' feet, applying pressure until Fergus screamed in agony. Then, Michael could hear the bones in Fergus' feet crushing under Draven's boots. How does it feel? Draven asked coldly as Fergus kept screaming as loud as he could. Michael saw tears gushing out of Fergus' bloodshot eyes and blood seeping out of his feet. Do you remember her face, Fergus? Do you remember how she begged you to let her go? Michael heard Draven stutter, and for the first time ever, Michael noticed Draven's face show a sign of despair. When Michael looked Draven in his eyes, he could see the immense grief Draven had been holding in his heart. Please, please, let me go. Fergus screamed in agony, but Draven showed no mercy. After crushing Fergus' feet, Draven lifted him off by his collar, crack. Visit. For a better user experience, the moment Fergus stood up, Draven broke Fergus' right hand. Aren't you and I are going to spend so much time quality together. After everything was said and done, Draven grabbed Fergus by his hand and closed his eyes for a second. At that time, Michael noticed a golden light around Draven. Does the host wish to follow Draven? The system asked Michael, and to be honest, Michael was slightly surprised by the system's sudden question. Instead of answering quickly, Michael looked around the place for a few moments. Why not? Michael firmly believed he was in Etheria for a reason. Something told him Draven held the answer to his question. Besides, Michael couldn't help feeling a strong connection with Draven. It was a sense of familiarity that he had never experienced before. When Draven opened his eyes, Michael saw a golden scroll in his hand. Teleportation scroll, Michael mumbled, recognizing the parchment. The system requires 5,000 points to lock on a Draven. Do it, Michael ordered the system. As soon as the system consumed his 5,000 badass points, he was pulled towards Draven. As he looked around the command center one last time, Michael sighed before his vision became blurry. You're back. Michael's vision cleared as he saw a charming brunette wearing glasses welcoming Draven. She was sitting behind a set of mirrors, tapping on them left and right. Michael looked around to get a sense of where he was. The large hall he was floating in the air looked neat, clean, and tidy. A door leading to somewhere else was located at the end of the hall. That door seemed to be the only way in and out of the hall, except through the windows. He could see the mountains and lush green forest through the windows. Yet, surprisingly, they were slowly moving at a steady pace, and the buildings on the ground looked tiny. An airship. Michael was in airships before, so he immediately recognized that he was currently in an airship turned into Draven's flying fortress. Other than the tiny workstation in the center of the hall, Michael noticed the swords, bows, arrows, and various weapons hanging on the wall. How many people have you killed? The girl sighed. No one died. At least, not yet. Draven looked at Fergus, who was shivering from head to toe. Draven dragged the six-armed man to the wall near where the weapons were hanging. Michael curiously followed Draven behind and saw Draven hanging Fergus on the wall by attaching shackles around each wrist and leg. Fergus was nailed to the wall in a few moments like a gecko. The bloody shackles around Fergus and the blades with dried blood on the tables told Michael the obvious. The girl looked a little flustered and uncomfortable looking at Fergus on the wall. However, it seemed to Michael that the girl knew what was about to happen. His soul is drenched in evil. Michael was taken aback by the demonic voice he heard. He jerked his head right to see a ghostly figure of an alien creature appearing over Draven's shoulder. The ghostly figure looked like Venom and Cobra had a baby. It was black, ghostly, and had white eyes with red pupils and a terrifying line of fawn-like teeth. The creature licked his lips, looking at Fergus. What is this? Fergus wriggled violently against the shackles after seeing the alien creature. But no matter how hard he wriggled, he couldn't escape from the shackles that tied his wrists and legs. You will have your fill, Margoth. Draven took a bloody arrow from the table beside him. Visit. For the best known experience, after he tells us everything we need to know, Draven slowly ran the arrowhead along Fergus' face. Wait! Suddenly the creature Draven called Margoth turned around. Michael was stunned as the creature was looking directly at him. System, what the heck is this creature? And can it see me? The system's level is too low to find the creature's origin. However, the system can reassure the host that the creature cannot see the host. Michael heaved a sigh of relief, even though he was disappointed that he couldn't find the creature's origin. What? Draven asked. I sensed something familiar in the room. Something powerful. As soon as the girl heard Margoth, she stopped working and turned around. What is it? Are you sensing it right now? Draven, take out the healing potion, Margoth asked Draven. He looked a bit skeptical, but did as Margoth asked him to. Then, Draven put his hand inside his long coat pocket to take out a glistening blue vial of healing potion. Is that my healing potion? Michael was stunned. There was no doubt in his mind. The healing potion in Draven's hands was the same healing potion he brewed. What surprised him more was that the healing potion was 90% pure. How can my healing potion come to another universe? Michael's mind went blank. He had no idea that Draven possessed a system of his own, the legendary system. To those who don't know, Draven is the MC of Anti-Hero with a legendary system. I sensed the same energy radiation coming from the healing potion just a moment ago. Are you still sensing it? Draven asked, looking around the hall. No, but I swear I sensed it, Margoth said gravely. Might be because of him. He worked on the Black Project after all. Maybe he came across something with the same energy radiation. The girl adjusted her glasses and said. Hearing her words, both Margoth and Draven pondered the possibilities in their minds. Makes sense, Margoth finally said as Michael sighed. What is this Black Project? Michael asked himself as his gaze swept across the room. Then, he locked his eyes on the wall portion where he saw several drawings, posters, and paper clippings nailed to the wall. Michael floated to the wall and was surprised by the sight before him. Some of the drawings of people had red cross marks on them, and the rest, including Fergus' drawing, didn't have the red cross. The paper clippings were mostly about murders, battles between a hero and a villain, feats of UFH, and collateral damages of a battle between gifted ones. Every incident and portrait were connected by a red thread. The entire portion of the wall reminded Michael of his kill board back on Earth. If he wanted to assassinate multiple targets, he would form a board exactly like the one before him. The more he spent time with Draven, the more he realized how similar they both are. Visit. For the best no_FNG experience, ARGH. The ear-piercing scream of Fergus abruptly halted Michael's train of thoughts. He quickly turned around to see Draven slowly penetrating Fergus' palm with the arrow in his hand. The Black Project. Tell us about it, Draven coldly asked as Michael saw the girl turning her focus back to the mirrors. It was evident that she didn't like to watch Draven torture Fergus. I don't know. ARGGHHH. Draven twisted the arrow, inflicting as much pain as he could to Fergus. Listen, maggot, we're going to kill you, and no one is coming to save you. So tell us what we want to know, and I'll tell him to give you a quick death. Margoth snarled while Fergus wriggled frantically in pain. You saw what I did to Lenora, right? Hold back what you know, and it'll make you think what I did to Lenora was child's play. Draven left the arrow in his palm and took a rusty knife from the table. Just tell him, Fergus, the girl said without turning back. Listen to her, Fergus. He gets really creative when he wants to know something. Since you're one of the scumbags who killed his family, he will redefine torture. Margoth moved closer to Fergus. So tell us about the Black Project and seize this golden opportunity. Quick death. He won't talk until he loses something he loves. Draven snickered, fiddling with a rusty cleaver in his hand. What you're going to do? Fergus stuttered as Draven ran the rusty meat cleaver along one of his 4 rubbery arms. Pulch. SHHH. The girl closed her eyes tight as Michael saw Draven cut Fergus' wrist with a rusty meat cleaver. His severed wrist hit the ground with a sickening thud. ARGHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHFergus frantically wriggled during his hand sprayed blood all over Draven. But the latter didn't mind the blood at all. I have 8 more pieces of you to cut. So make yourself home. Draven wiped off the blood covering his eyes and coldly said, Please, please. He'll tell you. Fergus cried. The Black Project, ARG, we created. ARG. Fergus cried and shrieked in pain. Give him a painkiller, Margoth nodded. Michael once again focused on Draven's hand until he saw a milky white vial materializing in his hand. This time, however, the potion in Draven's hand wasn't brewed by Michael. Instead, it radiated a different type of energy Michael wasn't familiar with. Draven forced the white liquid down Fergus' throat. After a few seconds, Fergus stopped screaming and the blood stopped spraying out of his severed wrist. The Black Project. Spill out everything you know before I cut another one. The Black Project is all about opening portals to other universes. Michael immediately dashed at Fergus when he heard the words, opening portals to other universes. The girl couldn't stay still, so she left her workstation and came to Fergus despite all the blood and gore. I thought other universes are just a myth. The latest episodes are on under website. What do you think we met, Sarah? Margoth asked the girl. Isn't Void just a pocket dimension? I thought so too. But no, the Void is the place between universes. Michael heard Draven. Did I tell you to stop? Margoth growled at Fergus as he continued to spill everything he knew about the Black Project. The Demon's Touch device doesn't just take your powers. It sends your powers to the Void. Those who built the device didn't know that until... Fergus' voice trailed off. Until... Sarah asked, looking at Fergus swallowing a mouth full of saliva nervously. Until what happened to you? Something interfered with the device that day. Whatever that was, it caused the device to open a portal to the Void temporarily, so that's why the Sinisters attacked UFH and tried to steal the device. They want to open a portal to the Void. After a few minutes of silence, Sarah opened her mouth. Fergus nodded. Apparently not only the Sinisters. Margoth exclaimed as Sarah creased her brows. What do you know about the Supreme Ones working on the Black Project? I don't know. I just heard some rumors. Fergus was terrified to say that he didn't know. Thus, he quickly decided to tell them about the rumor he heard when he was with the Sinisters before Draven cut his another hand. They want to find another Krypton in another universe. Michael didn't know what happened, but Draven immediately grabbed Fergus' neck. What do you mean another Krypton in another universe? They believe there's another universe similar to Etheria where the Krypton is still alive. Michael may not possess the ability to read minds. Still, when he heard Fergus' words and saw how Draven reacted, he knew Draven's mind thought about finding his deceased family members in another universe. The host doesn't have to panic. There is no other universe similar to yours, and there is no other you. Michael heaved a long breath of sigh and even smiled. But what about Etheria? The system requires 10,000 badass points to answer the host. Now you're asking for payment to answer my questions? Jeesh, okay, take it. Michael waited a couple of seconds for the system to finally answer his question. Visit. For a better user experience, there is another universe similar to Etheria. This doesn't mean there is another Draven or another legendary system. Another Etheria? Michael mumbled under his breath. Deep down, Michael was glad there was no universe similar to his. He liked to be unique. However, that didn't seem to be the case for Etheria. Still, the system said similar, not exactly the same. His gut feeling told him there was no other Draven. It felt like Draven was the main character of Etheria, just like he was to his universe. Another Krypton? Draven frowned. Since Michael was new to Etheria, he had no idea about the war that happened between Etheria and the Demon King's army. Krypton was the most powerful hero in the whole Etheria. Granted, Draven rivaled Krypton when he was at his peak, but unfortunately, Draven lost all his powers. Why do they need another Krypton? Sarah asked Fergus. I don't dash clang. Fergus was about to say, I don't know, when Draven flicked the rusty cleaver. No, Fergus stuttered. Raiden, Michael noticed the dark frown on Draven's face. The trio became silent, and Sarah looked terrified. What about him? Draven coldly asked Fergus. Raiden was just a low-level general of the Demon King. Demon King? That's cringe. Michael rolled his eyes. Low-level general? Sarah shrieked. She still had nightmares about the invasion and how many people had lost their lives. What do you mean a low-level general? That guy destroyed half of Etheria and killed countless gifted ones like they were nothing. Margit's already serious demonic voice sounded more serious. Michael wondered who the hell is this Demon King. Also, in the corner of his mind, he recalled the mysterious figure on the engraving. Until now, he thought the person was him, but after hearing about the Demon King, he had a feeling it might not be the case. I don't know if it's true, Lenora told me. I don't know where she heard it. It makes sense. Draven deeply exhaled. For a few moments, no one said anything. As a result, an eerie silence haunted the hall until Draven spoke. Visit. For the best no-creative experience. If what he said is true, the Supreme Ones can't win against another invasion without Krypton. Invasion, another universe. Demon King. Man, this guy's in serious trouble. Michael felt pity for Draven without realizing Draven was his son. Michael didn't even try to communicate with Draven and the group. The future Dark Lord sent Draven to Etheria so he could live without being hunted by the Queen and his enemies. Unfortunately, although at that time Etheria was safe from the Queen, the citizens of Etheria managed to mess up and become vulnerable to the Queen. The only thing the Queen failed to grasp was the future Dark Lord planned everything. As a result, he never lost control of the situation. Even when Nightmare died, the future Dark Lord didn't lose control of himself because he was in control all the time. We need to capture a Supreme One Draven. We can get more information on the Black Project from them, said Margoth. They have the device and the resources to recreate what happened to me. So what's stopping them from opening a portal back to the void? Draven asked, looking at Margoth and Sarah, but to Michael. It seemed like he was questioning himself. They managed to modify the device to make it usable once a year from once every 100 years. Draven and Margoth nodded at Sarah. But Michael saw Draven thinking deeply. Indeed, Draven was thinking about something. He recalled everything Lenora said before he killed her. Before I killed her, Lenora said something about a key. As soon as Draven said these words, Michael was stunned. He immediately turned his full focus to Draven. It couldn't be just a coincidence Michael was searching for the key and Draven was also talking about a key. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out that both keys are the same. A key. Sarah tilted her head. I scoured through all UFH servers but didn't find anything about a key. Do you need anything more? Margoth turned his head towards Fergus. Please just kill me quick. At this point, Fergus lost all the will to live and was exhausted both mentally and physically. He just wanted a quick death. After seeing what Draven did to his fellow Sinisters, quick death from him would be a blessing. Did you give my sister a quick death? Ask him about the key. Michael shouted, but they didn't hear him. Where is the key? Yet again Michael shouted at Fergus while Draven pressed the rusty meat cleaver against Fergus' shoulder. The latest Corsodies are on the website. I'm going to my room for a moment. Sarah quickly took her gaze away from Fergus and stepped away from the scene. You're still such a soft girl. I told you, Draven, we have to take her outside and let her fight for a change. Damn you ugly. Sarah showed Margoth the middle finger. ARRGGHHHH. Fergus began to scream again as Michael saw blood drizzling down from Fergus' shoulder and onto the rusty meat cleaver. Boom. Just when Sarah was about to take another step, the entire ship trembled. Michael looked outside and saw the sky getting darker and darker as though they were flying into a storm. The day sky turned darker in a few blinks of an eye. Additionally, Michael could hear the thunderclaps and the howling sound of the wind. What the heck? Sarah staggered towards her workstation. All of a sudden, the glass windows shattered as a figure clouded in bolts of lightning landed in the hall's center. Stormbringer. Fergus screamed as the cloud of lightning slowly disappeared, revealing the Stormbringer. The Stormbringer wore sleeveless silver metal armor with archaic engravings and a dark blue cape that fluttered in the wind. Her striking blonde hair danced around her shoulder with the wind while the golden helmet covered her delicate face. Her muscular arms and the heavy sword on her back radiated a warrior vibe. Although she wasn't the prettiest woman Michael had seen, she was the toughest-looking one. Sarah's face lost all color as she looked pale. On the other hand, Fergus, who was about to greet death, became so excited. He yet again began to wriggle against the chains in joy. Do you know who I am? Stormbringer's hard as steel voice echoed through the hall. Would you believe me if I said no? Despite facing one of the strongest members of the Supremes, Draven didn't lose his calmness. It was expected of Draven. After all, Michael was his father. Release him and surrender yourself, Stormbringer said. I heard that so many times today. I assume you know what happened to those who said that. Stormbringer gritted her teeth as the sky outside turned darker, and Michael saw more and more flashes of lightning followed by loud thunderclaps. Today you will answer for your crimes. Reaper, she slowly unsheathed her heavy sword. The sword was thrice the size of a normal sword. It was almost 5 feet tall and a foot wide. She could easily rush a child with that sword. She held the sword using both arms as bolts of lightning coiled around the sword. You are dead, fucker. Ha ha. Fergus began to laugh like a maniac. After seeing Stormbringer, Fergus regained his hope to live again. The Sinisters had connections within the super prisons, so it was only a matter of time before he breaks out of there again and continues his life of crime. Visit. For the best known experience, this was why the supervillains and the Sinisters were terrified of Draven more than UFH or the Supreme ones. If the latter caught them, they would just throw them in prison. It wasn't the case for Draven. If they got caught by Draven, there was no prison, only hell awaited them. Funny, Draven's snicker abrupt put a stop to Fergus' maniacal laughter. Don't. The Stormbringer growled when Draven was about to move his hand, but after seeing him just lift his hand without reaching for his weapon, the Stormbringer didn't dash at him. Click! Draven just snapped, growling. It wasn't even a second passed after his snap when Fergus began to growl. Michael saw Fergus desperately gasping for air. If Michael's guess was right, the white liquid they gave Fergus wasn't just a painkiller but poison. Draven planned everything, just like Michael. Ark! The Stormbringer let out a battle cry before dashing at Draven with a heavy sword in her hand. She wanted to save Fergus. They were about to clash when Michael felt an invisible force pulling him back. She tried to fight back, but the force was too powerful. The sight of Draven and the Stormbringer grew smaller and smaller until everything around it became pitch black. He traveled in darkness for a while, and then he saw a light at the end. Little by little, he got close to the light and saw his body. It took Michael a few more seconds to settle in his body and become whole again. Michael gasped for air, feeling an excruciating headache for a few moments. His face turned green as Michael felt an urge to throw up, and he did. For a few moments, he coughed up blood. As a result, his face became pale. Quickly, the APD injected him with a healing potion to make him feel good. Michael looked into the crack, seeing nothing but darkness. He then slowly turned around to see Sabrina peacefully sleeping on a mattress and still holding the book under her head. So the key opens up portals to other universes. Michael finally solved the long mystery of what the key opens. Now he needed to find the key and get to it before the Guardians. The last thing Michael wanted was the Guardians to get stronger by conquering other universes. Where is the key? Michael asked himself. Although Michael gained nothing tangible through his visit to Etheria, he gained an idea to build a shield device similar to Draven's. The Dark Lord did not need a shield since he could unleash his full power to destroy his enemies. However, Ghost needed a shield. Since Sabrina was still sleeping and he felt exhausted, Michael took a parchment and a quill from the system storage before sitting beside Sabrina. He recalled Draven's shield for a moment and began to sketch a device similar to his on the parchment. With his inventor skill and Eladir, he was confident he could make a device that would make Draven's shield look like a cheap toy. Visit for a better user experience. After finishing the sketch for the new retractable shield in a gauntlet, Michael fell asleep on the ground. He was exhausted to the soul level and couldn't stay awake. A long while later, Sabrina slowly opened her eyes. She felt rejuvenated after a long nap. As the sleepiness faded away from her eyes, she searched for Ghost and found him sleeping on the ground a few meters away from her. Looking at Ghost on the ground, Sabrina stood up. For a few moments, she looked around the place to make sure no one was around them. Then, she brought the blanket to Michael and covered him with the blanket. She made sure the blanket covers him from neck to toe. While Michael was peacefully sleeping, Sabrina kindled the fire and sat beside the fire. The gloomy hallway was haunted with silence. The only sound Sabrina heard was firewood crackling under flames. In the gloomy silence, she recalled everything she went through over the last couple of weeks. The vampires took turns beating and torturing her, especially Zeke. He took pleasure in inflicting her pain. They cut her back and arms, just to make her bleed. Then, the vampires collected her blood and drank it like wine. At first, she tried to fight, but without arch energy, she had no chance of defeating them. She just wanted to prove herself. That was why she took part in the Guardian operation. Her gut feeling told her not to go with Peyton. However, Noah always instructed her to take risks. She could still hear the Guardian's screams. Elijah slaughtered the Guardians, showing no mercy. It only took him a couple of minutes to slaughter them. However, he did not only slaughter them, he drank them until they were mummified. The last thing she remembered was another greater vampire dragging Peyton by her hair. Even now, Sabrina prayed for Peyton. She did not wish Peyton to suffer the same fate she did. Yet, Sabrina was oblivious to the fact Peyton and Tanulia planned everything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Sabrina suffer at the hands of vampires. As far as Tanulia and the other Guardian were concerned, the key was more important than a few weeks of torture to Sabrina. Was it worth it? Sabrina asked herself without moving her gaze away from the fire. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind put out the fire. She quickly snapped back to reality and jerked her head around to see several skinless creatures appearing out of thin air. When she saw the creatures, her heart skipped a beat and her body began to tremble. She crawled backward in fear. She searched for a weapon, but found nothing. The vampires took her space ring, which contained all her books, weapons, and dress. Hence, she had nothing to defend herself. The overwhelming fear blinded her mind. That was why she didn't think to shout at Ghost. Seeing her without any weapons, the skinless opened their mouths, revealing a line of yellow teeth. Since they had no skin, she couldn't identify or figure out their reaction. But if she had to guess, she would say they are grinning. While a group of skinless creatures was targeting Sabrina, another group sneaked toward Ghost. They wanted to cut his throat in his sleep. Go dash, she tried to shout, but she was too late. A skinless creature shut her mouth from behind. She squirmed and wriggled to escape, yet she was too weak. Her eyes opened as wide as they could. She wriggled her head until another skinless creature held her legs tight. Visit. For a better user experience, Hitman, she screamed, but not even a muffled cry escaped her mouth through the skinless creature's hand. Welcome to the real world, Sabrina. Ghost's words resonated in her mind again. Her warrior code taught her not to kill from behind or sneak up on her enemies. Instead, the creatures were doing precisely what her moral codes forbade her. Welcome to the real world. Sabrina heard his voice again. But this time, his voice didn't resonate in her mind alone. On the contrary, he actually opened his eyes. Boom! Michael pointed his finger towards the skinless creature behind Sabrina. The lightning bolt shot out of his fingers, penetrating its brain and bathing Sabrina with its blood. As soon as the creatures realized that he had woken up, the other creatures shuddered. Before they could react, Michael sent a powerful gust of wind, blasting the creatures onto the wall behind them. Michael kicked up from the ground and stretched his arms, yawning. Did you see Sabrina? They had no warrior code. Michael snickered. Sabrina managed to kick away the creature, holding her leg, and ran towards Michael. Don't follow others' moral codes, Sabrina. Make up your own codes. Michael slowly unsheathed his sword. Your life, your rules. Don't try to reach for the bar set by your sibling Sabrina. Set your own standards. You are not your brother. Michael swung his sword at the creature that dashed at him. The creatures were only at the core formation stage. Even when they came as a group of 12, they stood no chance against Michael. Sabrina saw the creature's head flying away from its shoulder. Meanwhile, another creature shrieked like a banshee and dashed at him. You are not your sister, Pulch. With another swing, Michael cleaved another head. You are Sabrina Winston. Michael turned around and patted her on the shoulder. Survival of the fittest. That's the only rule in this world. The latest _SODs are on _the website. Pulch. Michael didn't even turn around, but swung his sword, cleaving another head. In a matter of seconds, he killed 4 skinless creatures without breaking a sweat. You can whine and cry about what the vampires did to you. Or you can learn from those events and come out stronger. Michael looked her in the eyes and gave her some tough love. He noticed 2 creatures flanking him from behind. However, he didn't turn around. Instead, Michael put a sword in her hand. You are not Noah Winston's little sister. Noah is your big brother. His words and smile immediately boosted her courage. She grabbed the hilt tight, and the moment the two creatures got closer to Ghost, she moved as smooth as water and swung her sword. The severed head didn't even hit the floor when Sabrina swayed to the side and swung the sword to cleave another head. Her eyes flickered in bright light when the two heads hit the ground. Michael turned around to see a new, more badass Sabrina Winston. Instead of killing the creatures by himself, Michael stepped back, letting Sabrina kill the others. Since she and the creatures were at the core formation stage, he knew she could face them. Unlike before, the remaining creatures didn't dash at Sabrina blindly. Rather, the archers dashed away from Sabrina and Michael, putting some distance between them. The rest slowly surrounded the duo, cautiously, without making any sudden movements. Michael put his hands behind his back and let Sabrina handle the creatures. Ding! When an archer fired an arrow at Michael, Sabrina swung her sword, cutting the arrow in half. Always remember to kill your enemies as quick as you can, Michael instructed her from behind. Sabrina could feel the fear in her heart slowly fading away. After hearing his words, Sabrina dashed at the archers. Crescent Blade, she cast a spell, waving her sword. Immediately, Michael saw a large crescent-shaped light blade shooting out of the sword towards the archers. The archers tried to leap away, but the crescent blade was simply too fast. The blade cut the skinless creatures in halves. When their bodies hit the ground, Sabrina leaped into the air, using the wall as a booster. She turned her body acrobatically before diving down like a meteor. Boom! The latest underscore sodies are on website. Her landing created a shockwave that knocked out the creatures surrounding Michael. Pulch! 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 Sabrina didn't wait for the creatures to get back to their feet. Instead, she stabbed them through the head, showing no mercy. Show them you're not the one to be messed with. Show them your ruthless side, Michael taught her from behind. A few minutes ago, when Sabrina covered him with a blanket, he was about to wake up. Hence, he saw her gesture and felt a warmth in his heart. That was the only reason Michael changed his mind about helping her. Noah taught her how she should live, but Michael was teaching her how to survive. Meanwhile, Sabrina was down to 4 enemies. When she reached a skinless creature that tried to get to his feet, Sabrina stomped on its head. She stomped again and again repeatedly until she crushed its head into a pulpy mess. Seeing the brutal death of their kin, the skinless creatures crawled backward. Inflict maximum fear onto your foes. Your priority in every battle should be to win without even fighting. With her face covered in blood, she looked like a pissed-off goddess of war. Until that moment, she was a delicate flower who took pride in her talent. But when she stomped a creature to death and drenched in blood, she looked like Michael's sister. Granted, Noah loved his little sister dearly and protected her to the best of his abilities. Still, he failed to teach her the reality of the world outside. On the contrary, Michael would have taught her the world before teaching her anything. To survive in a world of killers like him, she needed to be ruthless and brutal. The code of warriors Noah taught her put her in a cage. The life lessons Michael was teaching her would ensure that never happens again. Die. Learn to control your anger, Michael said when she began to shout and stomp the already dead creature. Never let your anger cloud your mind. Your mind is your greatest weapon. Michael nodded in approval when she took a deep breath to calm her mind. The last remaining creature shuddered and stepped backward, showing Michael they possess fear and feelings. Finish it off. We have a long journey ahead. Michael sent a tiny bolt of lightning to the mattress and blanket. They were drenched in blood, so Michael chose to burn them and get new ones from the system storage. Michael walked forward as Sabrina threw the sword, aiming at the creature's head. In a blink of an eye, the sword went straight through its head. Visit. For the best no under civil under Farida FNG experience, do you feel better now? Michael asked, catching the sword by its hilt in mid-air. I do really. Michael looked around the headless creatures, giving Sabrina a nod of approval. Then, finally, Sabrina began to come out of the trauma instead of whining and living in the past. Keep the sword with you until our journey ends. When Sabrina held out the sword, Michael closed her fist around the sword hilt. He wanted Sabrina to have a sword, not only to protect herself, but to mend the warrior's spirit broken by the vampires. You'll need it. Thank you, Ghost. She surprised him with a tight hug. Can you do me a favor, Sabrina? Asked Michael when gently brushing her head. Anything. Don't tell anyone you met me here. Sabrina let him go and took a step back. She then looked at him with a bewildered face. Why? Just don't tell anyone. Me and the Guardians are not on friendly terms. The last thing I want is meddling with their business. For a few moments, Sabrina pondered before sighing heavily. I understand. I think you and our family have some connection, Ghost. You have been saving a Winston always. Sabrina let out a miserable chuckle. Well, you Winstons have the tendency to get into trouble. Michael smiled and walked the path before him with Sabrina. Can I ask you something? After a few minutes of walking down the gloomy path, Sabrina asked Ghost. Go ahead. How do you feel after taking a life? I mean, not these creatures, but actual human beings. Glad. Michael's answer completely caught her off guard. She was stunned. Glad? Why? She asked, tilting her head. Visit. For the best known experience. I don't go around killing people unnecessarily. If I kill someone, that means I have no choice. I'll feel glad because after taking the life, I have one less enemy who want to take my life. Don't you feel any remorse? Sabrina asked him another question. How many people have you killed, Sabrina? Michael asked her, instead of answering her question. A few, but they deserved it. Then why do you want to know how I feel? I told you, Sabrina, live for yourself. End of the day, if you're happy, that's all that matters. She sped her steps, came in front of him, and walked backward looking at Michael. My brother said every time you take a life, you lose a bit of yourself. Yeah, some people say that. I'm not one of them. Either I kill and lose a bit of myself, or not kill and lose the whole of me. I didn't work my ass off to this point to get myself killed. Michael massaged the back of his neck while talking to her. What's your ambition? What do you want to be in your life? She looked curious to know Michael's answer. For some reason, Sabrina felt good talking to Ghost. When she talked to Rowena or Noah, she always felt some kind of pressure from them. They both expected Sabrina to be what they wanted. However, Ghost encouraged her to be herself rather than trying to satisfy someone else. Of course, Sabrina had no idea Ghost was her big brother at this moment in time. Otherwise, she would have felt 100 times more pressure because Ghost was at the stage where Noah seemed pale in comparison to him. If Michael knew Sabrina was his little sister, he wouldn't have messed her mind with stupid warrior codes. Instead, Michael would have taught her how the real world works. What everyone wants, immortality. I'm going to sit back and enjoy everything this world has to offer. Congratulations on your engagement, by the way. Michael was kind of surprised by her words. How did you know? As far as Michael could remember, only Claire and the elders knew about his engagement to Gaia. He wanted to share the news with everyone at Hades. But before he could do that, they were attacked by the ninjas. The ring, Sabrina pointed at the engagement ring on his finger. It didn't look like a space ring. So you were either wearing it for fashion or you're engaged to someone, most probably to Ilya. Took a guess, huh? Yep, Sabrina nodded. It was astonishing to see how quickly she changed. A few hours ago, she was a broken, cowardly girl, and now she had turned into a cheery, joyful girl. Visit. For a better user experience, all she needed was a bit of tough love and a few skinless creatures. I heard a rumor you're not going to marry anyone else. Any truth to that? You heard right. Really? Sabrina raised her brows because she was amazed. You don't have anyone else in your life other than Ilya. I know I'm asking about your personal life, but I am really surprised. This is the first time I heard a prodigy like you have only one girl in his life. What's wrong with that? Michael couldn't help chuckling after looking at her reaction. Nothing. It's just too surprising. Take my brother, for example. He has a few girls in his life. A few? Michael raised his brows. Yeah, a few, Sabrina giggled, recalling the number of girls in Noah's harem. Although Michael met only 3 girls in Noah's harem, he knew there were several more. To his knowledge, there was Alicia, Zanali, and Edith. In addition, Olivia would have joined his harem if Michael didn't pull her out of the pit. In my view, The more girls you have in your harem, the less you know about each of them. I don't say harem is wrong. It's just I can't love anyone other than Ilya. She's really a lucky girl. It's me who's really lucky to have her. Michael gently smiled, thinking about Gaia. He couldn't even imagine a life without her. He was deeply in love with her. When he was with her, even the catastrophic problems seemed minuscule. He would rather have Gaia by his side than hundreds of heaven-defying beauties like Layla. While they were walking further and further into the gloomy path before them, Michael noticed symbols and shapes creating something he could make sense of. Sabrina saw Michael suddenly turn his gaze towards the wall and walk towards it. "You see something?" Sabrina asked. She looked closer at the wall, but saw nothing but indistinguishable shapes and symbols. Michael, on the other hand, saw the woman with thousands of arms in the wall yet again. But this time, she was under someone's feet. The man with a long cape fluttering in the wind brushed her neck with his boot while raising his arm to the sky. Michael followed his hand and saw what looked like a meteor down on her. Looking at the drawing, Michael creased his brows. He thought the Thousand Arms woman might be the queen. He wondered who might be the man crushing the almighty queen under his feet like she was a bug. Besides the man, he also noticed a dog. He looked closer as the dog resembled a German shepherd, but with wings. Both the dog and the man seemed to be laughing. Michael slowly walked along the wall to see more and more engravings, and all of them had the man and the dog. "I still can't see anything," Sabrina said. "The latest episodes are on our website. Look over there. Maybe you might see something that I can't." Michael sent away Sabrina and focused on the engravings on the wall before him. On one particular portion of the wall, Michael saw engravings of thousands of soldiers running toward the man and the dog. In the next portion following the soldiers, Michael saw all the soldiers on the ground, obviously dead. He saw the dog ripping off the soldier's armor. Who is he? Michael touched the man and asked himself. Previously, Michael saw the engravings of Draven. Surprisingly, he was pulled into Etheria, and Michael had actually met Draven. Now Michael saw the man in a long coat and a thieving pet dog. He wondered if he was going to pull into another universe. "Hunter!" Suddenly, the entire maze trembled as a shrieking voice echoed through the dark hallways. What was that? Sabrina held onto the wall beside her, balancing herself. The maze continued to tremble as there was a powerful earthquake. "Did you hear that?" Sabrina asked Michael. It was surprising to him that Sabrina heard the shout. Michael had never heard a shout filled with such anger and outrage. Every man has a past. Michael heard another calm voice reverberate in the hallways, following the angry shout. The voice was calm, clear, and dominant. Sabrina frantically looked around to locate the source, but failed. After hearing the voice, Michael felt he had heard the voice somewhere before, yet he couldn't remember exactly where. "I have a history." The tremor slowly lost its power as Sabria steadied herself. "It's no wrong if you kill thousands of enemies. But letting one traitor live is..." Michael heard the same voice again after a few seconds. "I am sure I'm a villain in everyone's stories. I am the fucking hero in mine." As soon as the voice shouted, Michael and Sabrina were thrown into the air by a powerful gust of wind. They were sent flying several meters backward before they could steady themselves. "Hunter!" Michael heard the demonic scream yet again. This time, the shout was louder, but the maze didn't tremble like earlier. "I'm certainly not good. I'm not bad either. I am just evil." Michael was absolutely positive he heard the voice again. In fact, he heard the exact same sentence back on Earth. "Visit." For the best known experience, as soon as he recognized the voice's owner, Michael saw the wall beside him cracking. Then, he felt the wall pulling him in. Oh shit, here we go again. The force was several times stronger than before. He just closed his eyes and prepared himself to jump into another universe. Deep down, he was excited, because when he met Draven, he learned more about the key and got an idea of a new device. So he wondered what he might get in the universe he was going to. Michael was the #1 hitman in the world, and if Michael was right, he was about to meet the most powerful and dangerous man to ever live on Earth. The city of Ravenfort was built at the base of a rugged mountain called Raven Mountain and was truly a contemporary wonder. Its charm was matched by the backdrop of lush fields of grass and endless forests which had helped shape the city into what it is today. The trade resources these fields and forests brought were of great importance. Still, they were also influential when it came to architectural designs, as the vast majority of buildings have been built with an abundance of large windows to mimic the openness of fields. The skyline was riddled with peculiar buildings, and their beauty was only matched by each other. Parks and gardens were flourishing in Raven Fort, attracting a lot of attention. So many dukes and noble families had left their mark on Raven Fort. But only one man changed the city into a buzzing neon city of Kingdom Dawnguard. Where the heck am I now? Unlike in Etheria, Michael was thrown into an open street as he floated above the middle of the street. He looked around and was truly astonished by sight. For a few moments, he was baffled by the sight. The place in his sight looked like something directly pulled out from an anime and sprinkled with neon lights to make it look like a fantasy, medieval-ish Vegas. The street was buzzing with people in fancy clothes. The neon signs and the decoration each building had coupled with the starry sky gave off a quiet charm. Anyone would want to lose themselves in the city without a second thought. Michael could count several casinos, restaurants, theaters, and surprisingly, strip clubs. It's definitely his work. Michael shook his head, chuckling. Michael continued to float above the crowd, aimlessly watching the streets. While roaming the streets, Michael noticed how clean the streets were. Then he looked at the raven-shaped mountain looking down at the city. Damn it, I lost 100,000 today. Dude, you know what they say? The house always wins. Michael turned his gaze towards a couple of elves walking out of a casino. The building resembled a miniature pyramid, and their shout was loud enough for many pedestrians to turn their gazes at them. I'm sick of losing my astral coins in this place. The elf leading the group, who had blonde hair and pointy ears, stomped on the street. The elves looked exactly the same as the elves from Michael's universe. Except these elves had pointier ears and were taller than the humans in the streets. They also looked more dominant. Then why do you keep going to this place? There are countless casinos in Ravenfort. The elf following the angry elf said, "Side the elf's side, because they have 6 services. Especially the girls, dang." The elf licked his lips before mingling with the crowd. Michael followed the crowd of streets towards the castle in the distance right beneath the mountain. Visit. For the best no-independent experience, get your daily dose of news here. Newsflash. The Dark Mage has decimated Grassgrave, the school of astral magic. The royal mages are scouring the kingdom for the Dark Mage. Michael turned his head immediately towards a couple of street urchins shouting at the crowd, standing on a stack of crates. The Dark Mage strikes again. Want to know about the Dark Mage? Get your daily dose of news from the #1 news provider, Newsflash. Michael saw several people, including elves, dwarves, and humans rushing toward the street urchins to get a copy of a newspaper in their hands. The Dark Mage? Michael felt curious about the Dark Mage. He wondered whether the Dark Mage and the man who crushed the queen under his boots were the same people or not. Dear God, it says the Dark Mage has killed every single disciple in the school. A human lady wearing a feather hat read the newspaper and gasped in shock. Why is he hunting the mages? Not mages. The mage school's allied with the Church of Goddess Aditi. This is the 5th school he had wiped out of existence. What the fuck is the Royal Mages and the Ministry of Warriors doing? The crowd murmured among themselves. Michael noticed every single one who talked about the Dark Mage looked pale and flustered. Look! Suddenly many of the crowd pointed at the sky as Michael looked up to see a man of war ship flying towards the castle in the sky. Even from a distance, the ship looked massive and threatening. Visit. For a better user experience, Michael quickly shot into the sky as he had a feeling the ship was the place he should be right now instead of listening to gossip. Only when he came closer to the ship did he realize the actual size of this beast. If the ship was put beside a cargo airplane, the latter would look smaller, let alone Michael. Since he was not in his physical form, Michael was able to pass through all the defense arrays placed on the hull and went straight through the hull. Michael followed his instincts and the environmental scanning map to reach a spacious room where Michael saw several black armored soldiers standing around a marble table. All the soldiers wore what seemed to be shiny metal black armor that perfectly fit their bodies. They were armored from toe to neck and had their black helmets and cloak on the table. They were too focused on the blueprint on the table and didn't even sense Michael looking over their shoulder. What surprised Michael was the soldiers contained all the races. He could see an elf, dwarf, half-elf, human girl, and an orc who looked 7 feet tall and had green skin. "Where is Hunter?" the elf asked the others. A few seconds later, the door to the room opened as a handsomely devilish man with striking raven black hair entered the room with 2 black swords in his hand. He was taller than an average human and had a physique that rivals Ghost himself. His shoulder-length black hair fluttered in the wind while his swords sparked fire every time he brushed them together. "Is everyone ready?" Hunter asked with a smirk. "Yes, Captain." Despite their different races, all the soldiers bowed their heads toward Hunter, who was a human. "You better be. I had enough of that vile creature. I am planning to wake up on his bed with his women beside me." Hunter devilishly grinned. His perfect jaw structure and an alluring row of perfectly set teeth made even his devilish grin look dashing. "Remember, guys, we are not sneaking up on him. That's his style. We are doing this in my style, loud and sexy. He has to know we are coming for him." Hunter cracked his neck, sheathing his swords into the sheaths on his back. "Arlen, walk us through the plan again," Hunter said to the elf. "All right, listen." The elf put his finger on the highest point of the castle. "Our inside man has already disabled the defenses around the castle and opened the roofway. So we are diving through that roof, which will lead us straight to the throne hall." The elf took a break and continued. "After we reach the throne hall, we will meet his personal guard, a group of highly trained orcs. We have information that this group contains 5 mages and 7 warriors, all at the Sentinel stage." Michael listened to the elf with his arms crossed. "Ogrel, that's where you come in." The elf looked at the orc. "The moment we enter the hall, use the void crystal." The orc unzipped the pouch hanging on his waist and took out a dark crystal. "The latest episodes are on the website." Thud. The rock put the crystal on the table and nodded as Michael saw a puff of steam coming out of the orc's nostrils. "The crystal will suppress everyone's cultivation stage to sage level, except us. As long as we are wearing this." Arlen tapped his chest. "We are immune to the void crystal. 6 paladins versus a bunch of sages." "I like that odds. Well, we can massacre them in a couple of minutes." The half-elf giggled, playing with her golden hair. "What about him, our target?" Michael looked down to see a dwarf chugging a large bottle of wine down his throat. "Dude, how many times do we have to tell you? Don't drink before mission." The half-elf shook her head disappointedly. "Especially that poison made by our target." Arlen creased his brows as the dwarf wiped the red wine off of his long bushy beard. "Dinna judge me. After we chop off his head, who's gonna make this god's drink? Yeta give it to him. He may be a vile, evil one-son o' a bitch, but he knows how to brew this heavenly wine." The dwarf kissed the glass bottle in his hand. "Just give it a taste." "Hunter, here, take a sip." The dwarf extended the bottle to Hunter, but he just shook his head. "I prefer not to drink poisons, Habrit. So killing, thieving, and humping like a dog be okay. But nay, drinking." Habrit rolled his eyes. "Just ignore that short bastard and continue, Arlen." The half-elf said to the elf. "Where was I?" "At the throne hall." "So after Ogrel activates the void crystal and suppresses everyone's cultivation, we'll just kill them and teleport the target to our base. What the fuck? Why can't we just chop his head, right on his very throne?" Habrit asked. "First, I kinda hate his decorations. Second, we need the king and his people to witness his death. They are waiting for us in the grand arena, and I don't plan to disappoint them." Hunter grinned, and looking at his devilish grin, Michael knew he was planning something else too. Visit. For the best known energy experience, but we can make them wait a bit until we clean his treasury. I heard there are some dope shits in his castle. We can auction them for millions of astral coins. Hunter licked his lips as Michael could see his eyes sparkling. Michael couldn't help feeling pity for their target. Although Michael couldn't see their cultivation level, he could sense the overwhelming power radiating from each of them, especially from Hunter. If Michael had to compare Hunter with a cultivator from his universe, he would say Hunter was at fusion stage. Wherever they were going, Michael was excited to see them in action. Hunter and his team equipped themselves with hidden blades, various pouches, and weapons such as swords, spears, bows, and arrows. Michael calmly watched them prepare. His gaze swept across the leading man, Hunter, who brushed his black blades together, sharpening them. The dwarf was rummaging through the contents of a wooden crate to find another bottle of wine. Meanwhile, Arlen checked the elasticity of his golden bow by pulling and releasing the string. The half-elf swung the silver spear in the air, and the orc seemed to be meditating. The rest of the three humans put on the black helmets hiding their faces. As they were preparing, the orc abruptly opened his eyes. Michael looked at the green-skinned orc taking out a jade stone from one of the ouches hanging around his waist. Despite the orc's two short tusks sticking out of his mouth and the hulking muscular size, he looked gentle and calm, unlike the rest. Ding, ding, ding. The jade stone flickered, pulsating energy blasts. "Our girl?" asked Hunter as the orc nodded. Finally, Hunter stopped sharpening his sword and walked toward the table. "Is everything ready, Monolith?" "Yes." A whisper of a girl sounded from the jade stone. "Tell me he's there," asked Hunter. "Yes, he is there. I think he's going to hold a meeting with his minions soon." "So come faster," the girl rushed Hunter. "We are closer than you think, Monolith." "Arlen, what's our ETA?" Hunter turned his gaze to the elf. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, Monolith." "Where is he now?" Hunter asked the girl who was called Monolith. Michael floated so close to the orc and the stone that he could hear the girl panting. She sounded like she had finished a heavy workout. Visit. For the best civil experience getting dressed. Come quickly. Shit, I have to go. The jade stone suddenly lost all its glow as Hunter sighed. "Let's go and get out, girl back team." He cracked his neck and sheathed his swords back into the sheaths. Michael looked through the window and saw the majestic gray castle standing beneath the mighty mountain. The castle they were traveling to had 7 solid, round towers that were both a defensive and decoration aspect of the elegant castle. All 7 towers were connected by towering, narrow walls made of what seemed to be gray marble. Stylish windows scattered thinly across the walls in an asymmetric pattern, along with symmetric crenellations for archers and artillery. Michael floated towards the windows and was genuinely stunned by the forest outside the castle gates. The forest was lit up with bioluminescent creatures and trees, adding to the castle's atmosphere. After seeing the colorful bioluminescent trees, flowers, and veins in the forest, Michael understood how those neon lights were created. He looked around the castle through the window to see signs of expansion, as some parts were clearly built more recently than others. There were still many construction sites near the castle, along with stacks of gray marble stones, clay, and carriages. It was apparent whoever inhabited the castle had planned to expand it. The airship Michael was on gradually got closer to the castle. It slowly ascended higher to the point that Michael could see a glass door on the roof flanked by 4 towers. "It's showtime." Hunter cracked his fist as the wooden floor in front of them slid open. Without wasting any time, Hunter jumped through the opening followed by the dwarf. Then, one by one, all the team members jumped out of the ship, diving towards the castle opening. "Let's see Hunter in action." At last, Michael exited the ship through the opening and followed the team. Since the ship was huge in size, all the archers in the tower noticed it. Besides, Michael could see guards patrolling the castle walls chaotically running around the place. To Michael, it seemed like the guards were caught off guard. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While diving down, Arlen fired arrow after arrow at each archer in the tower in midair. "He's good." Michael praised the elf's archery skills. Each arrow he fired went straight through his targets' heads. Without inhuman skills, it would be impossible to hit the targets while diving through the air and facing the wind resistance. Of course, Gaia could do the same. When it comes to archery, she surpassed Michael. That didn't mean Michael was behind her in the accuracy department. What made Gaia a better archer was her talent for calculating wind resistance. Michael could easily buy an archery book and match her skills if he wanted. But for now, Michael chose not to spend badass points and decided to save them. Visit. For the best no_NG experience, stop them. Why are our defenses down? What the fuck happened to the defense arrays? Michael heard the soldiers in the castle shouting in utter confusion. Soon, a line of archers rushed out of the tower and took aim at Hunter and his group. Fire! As countless arrows soared through the air, the orc closed his eyes. Solar barrage. Ogre growled. In a blink of an eye, Michael saw a shield made of sparkling golden energy materialize in front of them. Hunter and the others quickly moved closer together and flew behind the shield as the arrows hit the shield, and the shield turned each and every arrow into a pile of ash. Flame lash. When Hunter and his group got closer to the line of archers, Habrit the dwarf cast a spell, swinging the heavy axe in his hand. Michael saw a wave of fire shooting out of Habrit's axe to the soldiers flanking the entryway into the castle. As soon as the fire wave hit the soldiers, the wave cut the soldiers in halves. Clang! When they got closer to the square entryway made of glass, Ogrel slowed down, falling behind. In contrast, Hunter just closed his fist, extended his arm, shattered through the glass, and landed directly on the throne hall. Pyro Thorns. As soon as they landed on the throne hall, Ogrel waved his hand, casting a spell that created hundreds of fiery thorns on the floor. HHHH. An overly loyal archer jumped through the broken entryway only to be burned to death by the thorns made of blood-red fire. The throne hall contained polished braziers encompassing each of the 14 obsidian columns that lit up the lower levels of the throne hall and blanketed everything in a warm glow. The relatively modest chandeliers hanging from the embowed ceiling danced in the flickering light. At the same time, gargoyles and statuettes looked down upon the marble floor of this majestic hall. The cobalt rug caught on fire due to the fiery thorns sticking through them. The rug on fire ran from the throne down through the center. It split into two paths leading out, while matching black banners containing the head of a crimson-red lion with adorned tapestries draped from the walls. Between each banner stood a tall candle. All but a few had been lit and, in turn, illuminated the mosaics of a black-haired man below them. Visit. For a better user experience, Michael followed the burning rug and saw a towering throne made of black metal and skulls on an elevated platform. The throne was engraved with skulls and bones, making it look like it was made of hundreds of skulls and bones. The rug on fire encircled the throne, and through the flames, Michael saw a young man sitting on the throne, resting his head on his fist. Despite the chaos and the fire around him, Michael didn't see any signs of shock or fear on that young man's face. Michael lost his focus on the young man when several soldiers wearing black steampunk frock suits rushed into the throne hall. Ogrel, Arlen shouted as the orc quickly took out the dark crystal from his pouch and shattered the crystal on the ground. As soon as Ogrel shattered the crystal, Michael saw a dark wave blasting everyone in the throne hall except the young man on the throne. Cling! Hunter unsheathed his two swords and dashed at the guards. While looking at the soldiers who wore black steampunk frock coats, he couldn't help praising their fashion sense. Coupled with the fedora hat on their heads, they looked like the soldiers of a mafia family. But they soon lost their hats along with their heads when Hunter weeded their heads like a weed with his two swords. His fast, deadly, and precise sword work wreaked havoc among the soldiers. Flame lash. The dwarf cast the spell, yet again, as a lash made of fire cut the soldiers who tried to dash at them in halves. In a matter of a few seconds, Hunter had reduced the number of soldiers by half. He was a killing machine, and every time he swung his swords, he took a life or two. Every single one in Hunter's team massacred the soldiers so effortlessly. Ogrel had his hands toward the sky as Michael noticed a sliver of light shooting out of his chest and going into the floor. If he was right, the silver of light was the energy of this universe. In simple words, Michael's universe had arch energy, and Hunter's universe had astral energy. After several minutes, the hall had countless heads rolling around and headless bodies. The previously marble floor was flooded with thick blood. When the rug finished burning and the fiery thrones disappeared, there was no one in the hall but Hunter, his group, and the young man on the throne. Felling. Hunter flicked his wrist, scattering the blood on his two swords before sheathing them. Looking at the young man on the throne, Hunter cracked his neck. You messed with the wrong Hunter, bitch. Hunter snickered as Ogrel waved his hand, swirling like a tornado. While the orc was swirling, Michael saw a golden parchment materializing in his hand. Soon, the orc tore the parchment in half as a golden light shot out of the parchment, enveloping the entire throne hall and everyone in it. The latest Underscurda Corsodis are on Underscurda website. The next moment, Michael saw a vortex opening above them and felt he was being sucked into the vortex. Then, in a few blinks of an eye, everyone in the throne hall just vanished in a thin air. After being teleported from the throne hall, Hunter, his team, and Michael appeared on the open ground along with the young man on the throne. Michael quickly looked around and realized they were in an arena. His gaze swept across the fancy-dressed nobles around them in elevated seating until he saw a group of people watching Hunter and his group sitting on the VIP seatings. The nobles gasped in shock when they saw the black throne and the young man sitting on it. Even now, the young man looked calm and lazy, resting his head on his fist. Since there were no flames between them, Michael was able to look at him clearly. The young man had smooth skin, perfect jaw structure, blue eyes, and neck-length raven black hair. He was not by any means the most handsome or dashing young man, but undoubtedly, he had a charm that rivaled even Michael. The calm look on his face added an extra charm to his personality. The young man rubbed his neatly trimmed stubble beard, sweeping the arena around him with his gaze. Michael heard countless people gasping in shock. Michael wondered why they teleported the young man with his throne. That's him. Kill him. Bastard. Many people began to shout and throw whatever they had in their hands. But the rest seemed pale. Silence. Suddenly a thunderous shout echoed through the arena, silencing everyone. Michael looked in the direction of the shout to see a red-robed man standing up with a golden crown on his head. The man radiated a kingly aura with his neatly pruned gray beard, shoulder-length wavy black hair with strips of gray hair and broad shoulders. If you may court mage, Michael saw a white-robed old man walking toward the king with a long white beard. He carried an ancient-looking wooden staff in his hand. When he reached the king's side, he raised his staff in the air and pointed the end towards the young man. Mystic bounds, Hunter and his group took a step back, looking at the chains made of silvery astral energy flying towards the young man from the court mage's staff. The chains coiled around the young man like a snake. Still, the young man remained calm, without showing any signs of distress or fear. He is secured, your majesty. The old man bowed deeply as the king nodded. Then the king turned his gaze towards Hunter and his group. Hunter stepped forwards. You and your team had done this kingdom a great service by capturing him. It's an honor to serve this great nation, your majesty. Hunter bowed. Visit. For the best experience, immediately the hundreds of people in the arena began to shake the arena with their thunderous cheers and claps. Hunter waved his hand all around, and so did his team. After letting Hunter and his team bask in glory, the king raised his arm, again silencing the crowd. Hunter, the king uttered the name again, but surprisingly for Michael, the king was looking at the young man on the throne. Do you have any words to explain your actions? The king asked the young man, who was apparently also called Hunter. I have 2 words. For the first time, Michael heard the young man open his mouth. His voice sounded calm, domineering, clear, and hard as steel. Thank you. The young man stood from his throne, stretched his arms, and cracked his neck. Just like Michael, Hunter also wore a black long coat with crimson-red linings. In addition, he wore a tight black shirt underneath his coat, hiding the chiseled chest and muscular abs. Hunter's words confused the king and everyone in the arena. What are you devil blabbering? The court mage growled. Ha ha. Hunter broke into a short burst of laughter. Court mage Alistair, I am not the devil. Hunter cracked his knuckles, disregarding the white chains around him. I'm the guy that when I wake up, the devil says, oh shit, he's up. A devilish grin appeared on Hunter's face as he grabbed the astral chains around him. He locked his gaze with the court mage, and the old man's eyes went wide when Hunter crushed the chain out of existence. Impossible! The court mage gasped in shock. The black-armored Hunter and his team quickly lost their prideful grin. The latest _sodies are on _the website. Dogzilla. Hunter near the throne whistled. Boom! Only several seconds passed after he whistled when something hit the ground a couple of inches away from Hunter's throne. Michael looked up to be surprised by a German shepherd with majestic golden wings hovering in the sky. Say hello to our little friend fuckers, woof woof. Michael raised his brows, hearing the dog cursing everyone in the arena. In a blink of an eye, the royal guards, armed to the teeth with silver armor, surrounded the king and the court mage. Meanwhile, Hunter and his group took a step back and were poised to attack. However, they were all confused by the black metal object in front of Hunter, except Michael. He knew what it was and was genuinely stunned. The black metal object was a .50 caliber machine gun mounted on a metal base. Kachak! Hunter grabbed the machine gun and pulled it towards him. When he pulled closer, the metal base retracted and merged with the throne. You can have my name. Hunter, holding the trigger, turned his gaze and the barrel of the .50 caliber gun towards the other Hunter. Since these people had no idea what this beast was capable of, the people remained still instead of running for their lives. Each bullet fired from the gun could tear through an armored vehicle like eggshells, and if Hunter fired at the people around them, it would turn the people around into a pulpy mess. As far as Michael could see, the people in the arena had no cover unless they were capable of casting some powerful defense spell. Although Michael did not know about the cultivation levels of this universe, something told Michael that most of them were way weaker than Hunter. You could dress like me. Hunter loaded the bullets into the gun, pulling the spring toward him to turn off the safety. But you clown will never be me. As soon as Hunter snickered, looking at the other Hunter, he pulled the trigger. Boom! Hunter didn't even have time to unsheath his swords as his body exploded into a bloody mist. Arg! A lady from the arena screamed as loud as she could, but it was muffled by the sound of .50 caliber gun firing rapidly. Ha! Hunter laughed like a maniac as he rained bullets on everyone. Boom! Visit for a better _user experience. Boom! Boom! One by one, Hunter's team exploded into red mist before they could even react. Finally, the people in the arena snapped back to reality from their initial shock. However, it was too late for them. Hunter's body trembled because of the recoil that could dislocate a weak man's shoulder after firing the gun several times. Arghar, Your Majesty! Hunter turned the gun around without taking his finger off the trigger towards the king. A Strel shield. The court mage Alastair immediately cast a shield, forming a white shield around the king and everyone around him. Unfortunately, the shield was not powerful enough to stop Hunter's shield-penetrating bullets. The noble screamed, yelled, and tried to run away as the entire arena was in chaos. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape the bullets coming out of Hunter's gun. Hunter laughed louder after he painted the walls with the king's innards. Unfortunately, the royal guards and the court mage weren't spared either, as they were soon turned into a red mist by Hunter in a few seconds. If anyone else was in Hunter's place, Michael would have expected them to stop after killing Hunter and the king's group. However, it wasn't the case. The man raining down bullets and massacring the unarmed nobles was the deadliest man on earth, the youngest dictator of Kingdom Blade. While Michael walked in the shadowy underworld, Hunter Blade ruled the militaristically super-developed Kingdom Blade and was feared by every single leader in the world. Even back on Earth, none of them dared to put a contract on Hunter's head. That was why Michael never put on a path to assassinate the modern-day dictator Hunter Blade. The man terrorized the world when the world had no cultivation. So Michael couldn't even imagine what he would do in a cultivation world where he seemed to have the upper hand. Hunter Blade is the MC of Dictator with a badass system. How do you like this? Hunter laughed as he continued to massacre every single noble in the arena. Hunter proved to everyone in the arena why he was the most feared crime boss in the world. The king and the nobles poured their resources to mess with the wrong man and paid the price with their lives. Visit. For a better user experience without any idea that Hunter had his own version of a badass system. Michael watched Hunter destroy the arena along with every noble who rushed here to witness his death. The booming sound of the machine gun echoed through the arena, reminding Michael of his life back on Earth and the power of firearms. However, the sickening sound of the gun eventually stopped resonating after Hunter killed the last noble in the arena. Finally, Hunter took his finger away from the trigger, clapping and dusting off the gunpowder from his hands. Hunter's world was exactly like Michael's. Still, unlike Michael, Hunter built an arsenal of weapons based on the weapons he had back on Earth. This 50 caliber machine gun was one of those weapons he built with the help of the badass system. A few hours after Hunter massacred everyone in the arena, he vanished into thin air. He teleported himself with his throne, the dog, and the 50 caliber machine gun to the castle previously besieged by the other Hunter and his group. Luckily, Michael hitched on his teleportation and arrived right at Hunter's room in the castle. Michael's room in the dark forest was gloomy, dark, and lit with crimson red light. On the contrary, Hunter's room was lavish, brightly lit with a grandeur chandelier and filled with fancy furniture, including the elegant round bed in the center. The golden curtains draped over the glass windows, preventing the beautiful view of the kingdom beneath the castle. However, since Hunter's room was on the castle's highest floor, Michael could see almost the entire city of Ravenfort. The room had a mixed vibe of fantasy, medieval, and modern. The walls were painted charcoal black, while the Victorian-era furniture gave off a certain charm to the room. In addition, there was also a large oak table and a throne behind the table, just beside the fireplace. The fireplace lit the room with golden-orange light, reflecting the armors, portraits of Hunter, and weapons hanging on the wall. At that moment, Michael would rather watch the city outside than Hunter's bed. Icharam. Moaning sounds echoed through the air as Michael avoided turning his gaze towards the golden-haired woman on top of Hunter. It wasn't that Michael had never been with a woman, but he felt uncomfortable looking at someone else making love. Although Michael could not block the sounds from reaching his ears, he focused on various weapons and parchment on the oak table to get some sense of the universe. Michael still hadn't figured out why he was in Hunter's universe. Thus, he was trying to get some information to answer his question. While reading the parchments on the table, Michael came across the word astral energy several times. It was apparent to Michael that this universe contained astral energy, just like they had arch energy. Comparing to see which energy was more powerful was borderline pointless. Hence, Michael focused more on if he could find anything related to the queen or the key. Meanwhile, the moaning sound started to get louder and louder to the point it annoyed Michael. Fortunately, several minutes later, the girl stopped moaning and finally fell beside Hunter. Wow, that was great, Ayano. Hunter panted as the girl breathed heavily. For a few moments, the girl couldn't utter any words. Just by hearing her heavy breaths, one could tell how exhausted she was. After the intense love-making, no one would blame her for being exhausted. You didn't tell me where you put the prisoners, Hunter. Ayano, the golden-haired beauty who currently laid beside Hunter half-naked under the blanket, asked, "Is this your version of pillow talk?" Hunter smiled. Hunter's words made Michael chuckle a bit. Just a few hours ago, Hunter massacred hundreds of people without showing a shred of mercy. Anyone else in his shoes would have at least shown some remorse or some kind of feelings. But instead, Hunter came back to his room and made love to Ayano. He even killed a king without thinking about the consequences. However, Michael had a feeling that Hunter planned everything from the beginning. Visit. For the best known experience, unlike the other Hunter thought, they were not trapping Hunter, but Hunter was trapping them, including the king. Michael didn't blame Hunter, though, because those nobles and the king were there to execute him. The other Hunter was literally planning to loot Hunter's castle and bed the girls in the castle. So they were not saints who didn't deserve death. It was only that Michael would have chosen an elegant way to kill them all, or killed only a few prominent figures, such as the king, to make a statement. That was Michael's style. Hunter, on the other hand, preferred to root out his enemies no matter the cost. After reading the parchments on the table, Michael learned that Hunter may be looking to build a criminal empire spanning the entire world. He's creating a criminal underworld, Michael said to himself. Apparently, many of the parchments contained logs, information about underground pathways, and a list of criminals and corrupt officials in each kingdom. I just want to see who dared to siege my prince. Ayano cuddled Hunter and played with his raven black hair. Is that so? Hunter asked with a gentle smile on his face. When he smiled, Hunter looked so gentle and kind. No one would believe it if one said he just massacred hundreds of people in cold blood. Ayano nodded as she rested her head on Hunter's chiseled chest. Did you know they sent Hunter to hunt the hunter? Hunter was amused, recalling how he killed one of the best soldiers Sentinel Prime had. Really? Ayano quickly raised her head to look Hunter directly in his blue eyes. Yep. Where are they? I mean, where did you put them? Ayano seemed weirdly interested in where Hunter sent his prisoners. In fact, Michael also wondered what happened to the flying man of war ship and who is Hunter's inside man within Dictator Hunter's organization. There is a snake among us, Ayano. Hunter's voice turned grave. Snake? Among us? What makes you say that, Hunter? As the girl was expecting an answer from Hunter, he rolled to the side and picked up the bottle of wine from the table beside the bed. Then, Hunter chugged the wine down his throat without even using a mug. He finished the entire bottle in a couple of seconds. Traitors are more dangerous than enemies, Ayano. Hunter said, showing no emotion in his voice. Visit. For a better user experience, I love treason, but damn I hate traitors, Hunter growled. Look at me. Suddenly, Hunter slapped his forehead playfully. You asked me where I put Hunter and his group, right? Ayano nodded as Hunter rolled to the side yet again. This time, he grabbed a vial with blood inside from under the bed. Hunter tossed the vial to Ayano as she grabbed the vial and looked bewildered. That's what's left of Hunter. Hunter rubbed his chin. It might be that dwarf or the orc. Fuck it. This was all I found at where I killed him. Michael finally couldn't keep his eyes on the table as he looked up at Ayano and Hunter. Though the latter looked calm and showed a smirky smile, Ayano looked pale and flabbergasted like she had seen a ghost. This, Ayano stuttered. Her hands shivered as Hunter took a last sip from the wine bottle. Sorry for your loss, Ayano. Hunter brushed her hair. Then he tilted his head as a devilish grin emerged on his face. Or should I say Sentinel Agent Monolith? Hunter asked. Suddenly, he just broke the wine bottle on the bed frame and stabbed Ayano in the neck at lightning speed. She grabbed her neck as blood sprayed out all over the place, turning the white sheets into red. She squirmed and wriggled frantically while Hunter stabbed her again and again until she stopped twitching forever. Softness to traitors will destroy us all. Hunter threw the broken glass away and looked at Ayano's lifeless body, soaking the bed beside him. Michael was truly stunned by Hunter's ruthlessness. He was just making love with the girl a moment ago. Even the sweat on their bodies didn't dry, but he just stabbed her to death. The latest _open Corsodis are on _the website. After stabbing Ayano, aka Sentinel Prime, Agent Monolith, to death, Hunter removed the blanket and left the bed whistling like nothing happened. He grabbed a white towel, swiped his face, and flicked his wrist as all the blood on his just vanished. While Hunter was putting on some clothes, Michael floated towards the girl and sighed. Of course, Michael didn't feel sympathy for the girl since she was actually working for the other Hunter organization and disabled the defenses. Unfortunately, she played a deadly game and lost it. When dealing with a man like Hunter, one must be utmost cautious. As a dictator, Hunter faced death threats and assassination attempts on his life on a daily basis. As a result, he gained the skill to read people and spot traitors in a few seconds. How did he end up here? Did he die and transmigrate to this world with a system? The mere thought of Hunter having a system sent chills running through his spine. The last thing this universe needed was a killing maniac like Hunter to have a system. No host. Hunter does not have a system. The system surprised Michael by answering him all of a sudden. Michael sighed in relief as Hunter finally finished putting on his black robes. I look good. Hunter stood before a mirror, combing his hair to make it look perfect. He then moved on to adjusting his coat and shirt and brushed away the dust off his black coat. After everything was said and done, Hunter went to his seat behind the oak table. But instead of sitting, he pulled aside the curtains, revealing the city sparkling under the night sky outside. "You can stop looking at the naked girl now." Michael was stunned, hearing Hunter's words. For a few moments, Michael looked around to see if he was talking to someone else. "Being in soul form doesn't mean no one can see you," Hunter said without even turning around. His gaze was still locked on the neon city he created. "System, can he see me?" "It seems so." The system's voice trailed off. "The moment something goes wrong, do whatever you need and teleport me to safety," Michael ordered the system before slowly floating towards the table. "Visit for the best no_read_NG experience." Hunter waited till Michael floated beside him. "Yes, I can see you," Hunter calmly said to Michael when he arrived at his side. Hunter looked at the city before him and talked to Michael. Michael was still in shock at how the heck Hunter could see him. He asked the system only to receive no answers from it. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hunter asked Michael, looking at the neon city before him. "It took me years to create this place, but they're trying to decimate it in a few days." Hunter's gaze became as sharp as a sword. "She was one of them?" For the first time, Michael talked to Hunter. Hunter nodded. "I don't know about the place you came from, but here, the noble women would rather lose their lives than sell their bodies." Hunter looked over his shoulder at Monolith. "That bitch came from one of the proudest families, yet she decided to be my bitch. Do you know why?" Hunter turned his gaze towards Michael. In Hunter's eyes, Michael was a ghostly white smoky silhouette. Michael didn't say anything as Hunter snickered, "Because she wanted to capture me more than she wanted to keep her body pure." Hunter creased his brows. "Do you know why they want to capture me?" Michael shook his head, although he had a clear idea why. "Because they're just afraid of me. The weak fear the strongest. They fail to grasp the fact that people are either strong or weak. The strong rule and the weak die." "You are right, except..." Michael looked at Monolith's lifeless body for a second before turning his gaze back to Hunter. "The strong don't let others play them, huh?" Hunter surprisingly burst into laughter. "You think I just realized that bitch was a snake?" "TSK, TSK, TSK." Hunter shook his head with a devilish grin. "The moment she stepped into my circle, I knew all about her history. She just thought she was playing me. I created that illusion around her." This time Michael was indeed slightly surprised. "Then why?" Michael's voice trailed off as Hunter chuckled again. "Visit for the best no_NG experience. You want to know why I didn't kill her, right?" Michael nodded. "First of all, I fed the Sentinel Prime with phony information through her. Besides, what was the rush? The sex was so great." Hunter shrugged. "You don't feed a cattle to crown, but to slaughter." After hearing Hunter, Michael did feel pity for the girl. However, Hunter was apparently using her from the beginning without realizing that she was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If the same thing happened to Michael as the Guardian Guild sent a spy to him, he would have killed the spy. However, Hunter was ruthless and evil enough to bed them, feed them with phony information, and finally slaughter them in the bed with a broken bottle. "Enough of me. Tell me, why are you here? You looking for something?" Hunter asked Michael. Michael was just about to make up a story when Hunter surprised Michael yet again. "You're searching for the key. Am I right?" Michael kept his face straight, but was startled by Hunter's words. The last thing Michael wanted was to get the key that might enable the holder to travel between universes. "If you worry about what I would do if I had the key, don't bother. Instead, worry about what she would have if she got her hands on the key." Michael heard Hunter's voice turn grave and saw the calmness on his face gradually disappears. "The Queen," Michael said as Hunter nodded. "How did you know everything?" Michael couldn't help asking Hunter, who seemed to know a hell of a lot more than him. "You are not the only one who traveled to other universes, Ghost." Hunter pulled down the black shirt he wore beneath the long coat to reveal a long, deep mark running across his left chest. "Received this gift from the Shadow Realm." Michael was still in shock, wondering how Hunter managed to know his identity. "You know where I came from? We had a ghost too." Michael's heart skipped a beat as Hunter continued. "Just his name was enough for the elites to wet their pants. No one can blame them because he was the most dangerous assassin my world has ever seen." Hunter slowly reminisced his time on Earth and talked about the most feared assassin of his time. Visit. For the best no_NG experience, when he gets you as his target, you will die. You wouldn't know when or how. Most of the time, the target's family wouldn't even know he or she was actually assassinated. There will be no clue, no trace, or no evidence. Ghost was a myth, a legend. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 20,000 badass points. The system sounded in his mind and surprised him with a number of badass points he just received. Only a selected number of people knew the ghost existed. Once upon a time, there lived the ghost. Hunter said the last few words like he was singing. I was among the selected number of people. But suddenly, the ghost disappeared. Some said he died, some said he never existed, and some believed he just retired. What do you think? Michael asked calmly. Michael could tell that Hunter has already decoded his identity by looking at his eyes. I think he went to another universe. I think he became a god. Hunter stepped closer to Ghost and looked him in the eyes. I think he traveled through the shadow realm and standing before me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 30,000 badass points. So I assume we'll be the first man to see the ghost and live to tell the tale. Hunter smirked. Luckily for you, I am retired. Hunter Blade, this time, Hunter raised his brows in shock. He had no idea how Ghost recognized him. Granted, Hunter used the same name he had back on Earth, but he was transmigrated into another body. There was no way in hell he looked the same as he did on Earth. Yet, Ghost recognized him. The youngest dictator in the history of the Earth. The man who took the throne of Kingdom Blade at the age of 6. The most dangerous modern-day dictator to walk the Earth. The last time I heard, you were building more nuclear missiles. What happened, Hunter? They blew up in your face? Michael chuckled, and so did Hunter. Not on mine. Hunter grinned. Let's just say I reset the clock of Earth before coming to this universe. The cold, devilish grin on Hunter's face made Michael think the worst. Still, Michael had no one he cared for and loved back on Earth. So whatever Hunter did to Earth failed to upset Michael. Look, Ghost, we are both from the Earth, and that makes us kind of brothers in arms. Michael chose to remain silent, so Hunter would give him more information without him asking. And, just as Michael expected, Hunter talked more about the Queen and the key. We are more happy and free in our respective universes. No matter how powerful and feared we were back on Earth, it cannot be compared to what we have in our own universes. Hunter slowly turned his gaze back to the city outside and sighed. Visit. For a better Rendezvous user experience, but something threatens what I'm building here. The Queen, Michael said as Hunter nodded. You reek of Queens, sent Ghost. If I am right, and I usually am, you had already come across one of her generals. Michael creased his brows. When I say generals, it's not the human generals you might have met. These abominations could end all life on a planet within a few hours. So imagine what their queen is capable of. You fought one of these generals? Asked Michael curiously. But he saw Hunter shook his head with a tired smile. I am powerful, but not powerful enough to defeat the generals. In fact, neither of us could defeat them. At least not yet, and we cannot defeat the queen alone. That's why I want to help you locate the key. We can die fighting alone or live standing together. Michael pondered everything Hunter said for a few moments before breaking the silence. Hunter, how did you know everything? If you already went to the Shadow Realm, what stopped you from getting the key? I don't remember anything except killing hundreds of skinless, ugly bastards. How many universes have you gone to? Hunter's answer disappointed Michael, but when he looked into Hunter's eyes, Michael didn't see any signs of Hunter lying to him. To including yours, you went to Etheria? Michael nodded, only to see Hunter deeply exhale. Then you have one more universe to go to. The most powerful and dangerous universe of them all. Just by hearing the seriousness in Hunter's voice, Michael could draw an idea about the next universe he was about to travel to. It's where everything began. Hunter clenched his fist. Those fucking idiots. Hunter cursed the mages in his mind. Hunter deeply regretted letting the mages open the ancient pyramid. If he had known at that time the Queen General was caged in the pyramid, he would have stopped them by any means necessary. Now, he had to find a way to stop the Queen's General before it broke the rest of the shackles put by the ancient gods. Here, shoving his anger to the corner of his mind, Hunter flicked his wrist as black card with a golden lion head embossed on it appeared in his hand. Hunter tossed the card towards Ghost as Michael caught the card in midair. Surprisingly, Michael was able to touch the card despite his ghostly form. This is a calling card. With this, I can travel to the universe, and you can visit mine. Remember, the card can only be used once. If the general in your world broke its shackles, use the card. He'll do the same when the time comes. Visit. For the best known freedom of energy experience, Michael looked at the card before putting it into his storage. Although Michael had no love for Hunter, he was right. With his current level, Michael didn't think he could stand a chance against the Queen's general. If his instinct were right, the Hydra might be the Queen's general in his world. Michael wondered where Hunter got the card that enabled them to travel between universes. However, he received nothing but a smile when Michael asked about the card's origin. It had become apparent to Michael that Hunter holds secrets of his own, just like himself. The next universe, tell me about it, Michael asked Hunter. Like I said, it's where everything began. At least that's what I learned in the Shadow Realm, said Hunter. You have a mark bearer with you in Shadow Realm? Hunter asked Michael. Michael nodded. Obviously, Hunter also had someone who had a rune, just like the rune on Sabrina's hand. Hearing Hunter's question, Michael learned that Sabrina was not the only mark bearer. Besides, compared to Etheria, Hunter's universe had more similarities with Michael's universe. However, Michael did not know how similar Hunter was to him, as he had his own version of a badass system. Obviously, both the systems were oblivious to the other's existence, and although they shared the same name, they were not the same. Then follow the mark, and if you are lucky, you will reach your last destination without any surprises. Surprises? How many skinless ugly fucks have you fought until you came here? Hunter answered Michael with a question. 48. Hunter smiled, shaking his head. You are lucky indeed. I fought hundreds or thousands of them. Back then, the place was swarming with the Queen's minions. So I guess I drove them to near extinction. Hunter chuckled. Now Michael slowly grasped why the Queen was so pissed at Hunter. The engravings on the wall showed Michael that Hunter killed the Queen, but according to Hunter, he was not even strong enough to defeat her general. This meant either the woman with thousands of arms was a general of the Queen, or what Michael saw was the future version of Hunter. It also made sense to Michael how Hunter learned more about him. There was indeed a possibility that Hunter visited Michael in his own universe somewhere in the future, or learned about his future from the engravings on the walls of the Shadow Realm. I don't know where you're going to end up in the timeline of that universe, but no matter where you land, I'm pretty sure you will meet the ancient gods. You remember meeting them? Michael asked Hunter. Vaguely, yeah. I was so weak back then, so my memories were hazy. Yet again, Michael saw no signs of Hunter lying to him. As far as Michael could tell, Hunter was either a great liar or he was telling the truth. Michael's instincts told him it was the latter. The latest courses are on our website. Do you know anything about someone called Chinjo? Michael asked Hunter. Normally, Hunter wouldn't answer anyone, and he preferred to be the one asking the question. However, Hunter made an exception for Michael because he needed Michael's help in defeating the general and the Queen once the Queen waged war against his universe. It was not that Hunter couldn't fight her alone, as Hunter had the badass system with his side. But Hunter wanted to raise his odds of winning against the Queen. Hunter wasn't building a criminal empire from the ground up and creating a shadow organization just to die fighting the Queen for the greater good. Just like Michael, Hunter also wanted to live his immortal life to the fullest. The only difference between Michael and Hunter was the path they chose to achieve their goals. If Michael had Guardian Guild and Skyhall, Hunter had Sentinel Primes and his own set of problems. To be honest, Hunter's life was more exciting than Michael's because Hunter chose a high-risk, high-reward approach, while Michael played safe like the hitman he was. Never heard of her, Hunter shrugged. Where was I? Yeah, the ancient gods. Hunter closed his eyes for a moment to recall everything he could about the ancient gods and their universe. When I met them, they were in the middle of a war and a long time away from reaching godhood. Who knows? You might meet them at the point they are already ancient gods. As Michael listened to Hunter, he felt a gentle sucking force from above. Shit, my time to leave this place is nearing. Michael took a long, deep breath. Well, Good luck dealing with your shit ghost. I wish we never meet again, but I have a feeling fate will bring us together one last time. Hunter sighed. I'm kind of disappointed we never get to meet each other back on Earth. You know about my track record, right? If anyone put on a contract on you, you wouldn't have reached this universe. Michael grinned, and to Michael's surprise, Hunter too laughed. Maybe, but have you ever thought why no one put a contract on my head? Mitchie remained silent as Hunter's trademark evil grin emerged on his face. Because I killed everyone who tried to do that. Michael felt the suction was getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Hunter sensed the distortion in the space around him. Well, meet again, Dark Mage. Michael gave Hunter a two-finger salute playfully. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hunter shrugged. Remember, we need him to defeat the Queen. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience. What? Michael's figure was slowly diapering out of Hunter's view as the vortex sucked in Michael. We need him to defeat the Queen. Hunter raised his voice. Who? Michael shouted back, looking at Hunter's figure rapidly growing smaller and smaller. Dawn. Unfortunately, Michael didn't hear the name clearly and had already disappeared out of Hunter's sight. Finally, Michael's vision turned dark once again. When he visited Etheria and met Draven, Michael brought back the idea of a new device. Although the shield would boost his defense to the next level during close combat battle, it wasn't as valuable as the information Michael received from Hunter. Information was wealth. The more information he had on the Queen and her army, the easier it would be for him to devise a plan to defeat her in the future. Everything was pitch black around him until he saw the familiar light at the end. After several minutes, Michael's soul was tossed out of the crack, right back into his physical body. As soon as he settled into his body, Michael injected himself with one large dose of healing potion and a few others to prevent himself from vomiting blood. What was that? He looked over his shoulder to see Sabrina cautiously approaching him. They didn't feel the tremor anymore, fortunately. Still, the demonic cry Sabrina heard freaked her out. No idea. Michael lied because Sabrina had no need to know about the other universes and what he learned in Etheria and Hunter's universe. The sooner we find the key, the better, Michael said. For Michael, it felt like he had gone for hours. However, not even a couple of seconds passed in the Shadow Realm. Hence, Sabrina didn't feel anything weird except he looked a little pale in her eyes. Let's go. Michael stretched his arms, cracked his neck, and walked forward, following the way Sabrina's rune showed him. You heard that voice, right? It was yelling the name Hunter. This place is creepy as hell, Sabrina said while walking beside Michael. She looked around, expecting trouble. But luckily, they found none. There are so many mysteries in the world, Sabrina. I'll let the authorities deal with them however they see fit. I have enough things on my plate. Sabrina wasn't surprised by Michael's answer. Ghost was the only one with the least enemies and the least adventurous life among all the prodigies and youngsters in Noah's generation. The royal news called him the most peaceful and boring prodigy. Michael read the news and didn't give a damn about them or blame them. But to the outside world, he did lead a boring life unlike Noah or any other prodigies. He avoided making enemies, meddling in others' affairs, and preferred to mind his own business. However, the people who called him boring had no idea about Michael's adventurous secret life. Speaking of plates, Mother wanted to invite you for a family dinner when I last visited home. Visit. For the best no-under-cylinder food and FNG experience, really. Michael was taken aback by surprise. This was before or after the tournament. After. No one blames you for what you did. If anyone should be blamed, it's Andrews and the King for making weird decisions. I don't think she will feel the same now, Michael calmly said as Sabrina felt something was up. What happened? Nothing. I just killed King Bredia's royal guards and threatened to kill him in front of his daughter and several nobles. Sabrina's mind went blank for a couple of moments. Considering she was in the cage when Michael slaughtered King Bredia's men and threatened to kill him, she didn't know what had happened recently. I kind of expected that. Michael turned his head to the side, being surprised by Sabrina. You expected it? Sabrina bobbed her head up and down. Yes. After the tournament, I visited Princess Catherine. At that time, King Bredia was talking with some merchants. Accidentally, I went into the room and heard him asking the merchants to stop visiting Bradford. I knew it was only a matter of time before you hear the news and pay the king a visit. I hope he learned his lesson, Michael calmly said. I avoid massacres. That doesn't mean I can't do it. Michael's words may have sounded calm, but she sensed the cold, murderous intent behind his each and every word. She did not doubt in her heart that if King Bredia messed with Ghost again, the latter would slaughter his entire army along with him. How he fought and killed the vampires showed her how powerful he was. His mysterious cultivation stage made him more dangerous. Whoosh! Michael and Sabrina walked in silence for a few minutes until they heard a rustling sound coming from behind. They both quickly jerked around, but saw nothing. Whoosh! Yet again, they heard the rustling sound, but this time it was louder than before. Growling. Something growled as Michael sensed the slight tremor beneath his feet. The slight tremor soon increased to the point Michael and Sabrina took off from the ground for a few meters. Only then did they see a red pair of glow in the sky above them. The latest _corsodies are on website. The pair of red glow soon diminished into darkness. But Michael was sure something stared at them from above. He looked around and began to hear a continuous clicking noise, followed by soft growls. Stay close to me, Michael said to Sabrina as she moved closer to him and watched his back. Where are you, bastard? Michael mumbled, activating his X-ray vision. His thermal vision swept across the area around them until he saw a silhouette of what looked like a 10-foot bear jumping from one wall to another. Despite its size, the creature showed the agility of a trained parkour expert. On top of its size and agility, the creature also possessed the ability to turn invisible. Fortunately, unlike Sabrina, Michael had a thermal vision to detect the creature. A core, strengthening stage creature, Michael mumbled under his breath. Since he bought the ability to detect the relative cultivation stage of the creatures in Shadow Realm, Michael was able to see how powerful the creature was. Although it was one stage lower than him, its size and agility made up for its weakness in the cultivation stage. As Michael followed the creature's movements, Sabrina saw a blue dot on Michael's chest. Michael already noticed the creature taking aim at him, but before he could react, Sabrina pushed him aside out of the blue laser line. It felt like the predator was hunting him. The clicking noise, the invisibility, and the laser line made the creature extremely similar to the predator. Boom! Michael felt a hot wave of air brushing past him when Sabrina pushed him. Then, at that exact moment, he heard an explosion behind him and turned back to see a green-hot liquid eroding the ground beneath. There was no doubt in Sabrina's mind that if the green goo had hit them, they would have melted to the bones. Michael could hear the sizzling sound coming from the ground along with the hot wave. This is why you need a shield, Michael mumbled. Recently, he had been getting into so many close combat fights without involving spells. During these fights, the responsive shield would not activate and protect him from the blows because it only protects him from spells and attacks formed using energies. Michael may have reached 98% mastery in Serpent Mega, but having no shield to defend himself was still a weakness as far as he was concerned. Where is it? Can you see it? Sabrina asked as she moved with her back against Michael's back. They moved in a circle while Michael tracked the beast, who kept jumping around second after second. He couldn't make out its full figure, but it vaguely resembled a wolf the size of a 10-foot bear. Since he was using thermal vision to see the creature's heat signature, he couldn't make out the creature's other features, such as skin color, number of teeth, or whether it had fur or not. Visit. For the best known experience, Ignitia. Michael quickly raised his sword, firing a bolt of lightning at the creature. His lightning bolt traveled at the speed of a lightning flash, yet the creature was able to escape being hit by the bolt by jumping to the wall on the other side. Its speed stunned Michael. Did you hit it? Sabrina asked. It escaped. Can you see it? She was surprised. If you can't see it with your eyes, see it with your other senses. Close your eyes and listen, Michael whispered to Sabrina, and she closed her eyes without any hesitation. She trusted him completely. Michael didn't lie to her, though. He trained his senses to paint a mental map using his other senses back on Earth, and could still do it. However, He had no need to use that ability because he possessed the X-ray vision to track the beast. However, Michael asked Sabrina to close her eyes because he wanted to cast the death range and boost his power quickly. Since the arena was already dark, no one could see the place getting darker. The moment Michael felt his full power bubbling inside him, waiting to be unleashed, Michael raised both his arms, shooting 2 dark lightning bolts out of his hands towards the beast. Grrrrrrrhhhh. The beast jumped, tried to evade, but this time, Michael's lightning bolts were faster than the beast. The beast immediately let out an ear-piercing roar in pain. One lightning bolt went through its shoulder, and the other went grazing its skin. Michael quickly turned off his thermal vision to see luminescent blue blood trails on the wall. The blood trail was leading them further into the path before him. The blood was the first colorful thing he had seen in the Shadow Realm so far. Until now, everything else looked black and white. You hit it. Sabrina was a quick study. Hence, she could vaguely track the beast's movements when she closed her eyes and focused on the surroundings. After the beast roared, Sabrina abruptly opened her eyes to see the blood trail. If the beast dashed at him after being hit, Michael would have felt relieved. However, now he was concerned. The creature seemed to possess intelligence. Thus, it ran away instead of dumbly lunging at Michael. Let's go. But be careful and don't drop your guard, Michael said, and continued his journey into the narrow straight pathway. After walking for a few minutes, the blood trail disappeared, and everything became normal. Nonetheless, both of them stayed silent, focusing their senses. While cautiously making his way forward, Michael noticed the engravings in the wall beside him starting to form shapes of figures once again. Seeing the figures on the wall, Michael deviated from his path and approached the wall as Sabrina followed him behind. I have no idea what you're looking at, Sabrina sighed. The latest encodings are on our website. I like these engraving designs. I am thinking about getting them for my new mansion. Michael lied, but there was a little bit of truth to his answer. New mansion. Sabrina tilted her head. Michael nodded. Building a new home for him in Rivertown had been his plan for a long time. Unfortunately, because of the Guardians Guild, the Dark Lord, the prophecy, and everything, Michael didn't have time to plan his new home. However, after Gaia and Michael's engagement, they both decided to start building a new home in Rivertown. Michael could easily afford a large piece of land in Royal Land, and if he asked, the king would probably give Michael a land for free, as having a 5-star alchemist in their kingdom would boost its value to the next level. Instead of building his home in the wealthiest kingdom in Elon or living in Baron Totonk's mansion, Michael planned to build a castle for him in Rivertown, which is a part of Kingdom Bradford. What about Baron Totonk's mansion? As a king, shouldn't you live there? Sabrina asked Michael while he was trying to make sense of the engravings. At that moment, Michael saw the lion with wings once again. It was standing on an elevated platform and looking at the thousands of people on the ground who seemed to be worshiping the lion. There were several figures standing behind the lion, including a few pointy ears beings, elves. Michael immediately recognized them due to their iconic pointy ears. In addition to the elves, he also saw dwarves, orcs, beastmen, and several dragons flying above them. Even the crowd on the ground consisted of all races, not only humans. That's a mansion. What I want is a castle. His words surprised Sabrina. After hearing that he wanted a castle, she couldn't help raising her brows. You want a castle? However, after thinking of his status, it made sense to Sabrina. Well, you're a king after all. It makes sense for you to rule Bradford living in a castle. Sabrina stepped closer to Michael, joining him in watching the wall. I'm only going to live there, not rule, Michael calmly said without even turning his gaze away from the wall. Huh? Sabrina was taken aback by surprise. Visit. For the best no one feel underfeed on an NG experience. What do you mean? I'm not interested in being a king. Sect leader Claire and the elders can rule the kingdom better than me. Sabrina was speechless as Michael continued. I like the way some kingdoms in the southern continent are ruled. Rather than being ruled by one man or woman, they are ruled by several, each responsible for developing one aspect of the kingdom. How could you throw away the kingship after everything you did to get it? Sabrina creased her brows. I'm not going to throw away Sabrina. It'll be the king. Except I want to sit on the throne all day and rule the kingdom myself," Michael nonchalantly said, and moved along the wall to see more figures and scenes in the wall. The portion of the wall before him contained a scene where Michael noticed several dragons flying around a majestic castle surrounded by a forest. He searched for the lion with wings, but didn't find a beast. Instead, he saw a lady with dragon wings floating near the castle along with a little girl. Michael took a few steps to the right to see countless dragons breathing fire down on human soldiers, and the one who led the dragons was the lady with wings Michael had seen before. "If you are serious about building a castle, I know a dwarf who's a 5-star architect. He owes me a favor. I can lend him to you, really?" Michael turned his head toward Sabrina. "Yes, then I won't say no to that. Where do I find him?" Sabrina shook her head with a smile. "They'll bring him to you. Just tell me, where can I find you?" Sabrina sounded so sure about getting out of the Shadow Realm alive, because she was confident with Ghost by her side, she could survive anything. "After this, if we survive, you can find me in the Sunrise Sect." Michael turned his gaze back to the wall. He continued to walk along the wall, looking at the engravings of the war between dragons and humans, until the engravings changed, showing Michael a giant hydra. Just looking at the size of the 4-headed hydra and recalling the pair of eyes staring at him from the abyss in the Stormville Mountain, Michael felt a chill running through his spine. Visit. For a better user experience, Michael slowly moved his gaze down from the hydra to see a man carrying a sword and a battle axe in each hand standing before the hydra. But, unfortunately, Michael could only see his behind, not his face. Dawn. After an hour, the Guardians finished the funeral. Then, they left the graveyard except for Noah, Alicia, Zanali, Tanulia, and a blue-haired youngster with a tattoo of a tiny fish on the center of his forehead. Noah hadn't seen the youngster before and was certain the youngster wasn't a Guardian. So Noah wondered why he was there. He looked so young in Noah's eyes. If Noah had to guess, he would say the youngster was 27 or 28 years old. Despite the heavy downpour, the youngster remained dry and kept a calming smile on his face. After everyone left, he approached Tanulia. "I am sorry for your loss, Alpha Guardian Tanulia Valorant." The youngster had a melodious voice. It was so soft and soothing. "Thank you, and you are?" Tanulia's voice trailed off as the young man smiled, showing a row of perfect white teeth. "I am Utrad, member of House of Halder. I am here on behalf of the elders." Noah saw Tanulia's eyes open wide as though she was completely taken aback by surprise. "Your kind haven't stepped onto the land in centuries." Tanulia was shocked. In return, Mutrad just smiled. "Dire times, Alpha Guardian. What's your purpose here, Mutrad, and how can the Guardian Guild be of your assistance?" Noah creased his brows, wondering why Tanulia was acting so polite and courteous towards the young man. He had never seen Tanulia like this. Even when she met the elders of Empress, she remained dominant. "Guardian Guild can stay away from our way and let us take care of the Dark Lord, what?" Tanulia was stunned. Not only Tanulia, but everyone who heard Mutrad's words was both surprised and startled. Mutrad's smile was still on his face, and although he looked friendly with the smile on his face, Noah sensed the dominance in his words. "No offense, Mutrad, but your kind has no right to meddle in our affairs." Tanulia's voice became cold. "It's no longer your affair." Mutrad flicked his wrist as a golden parchment materialized in his hand. "Read Clause 88. Mutrad handed over the parchment to Tanulia. While she was eyeing the contents, Mutrad began to recite what was on Clause 88. Visit. For the best known experience, House of Halder will have any and all rights to operate in any continents under Guardian Guild if, or when they fail to protect a member of House of Halder. Noah had a bad feeling in his gut listening to Mutrad. Additionally, the House of Halder is allowed to use any and all of its resources to neutralize the threat and avenge the deceased however it sees fit. Tanulia could see each and every word on the parchment as Mutrad continued. The Guardian Guild will provide any and all assistance the House of Halder requires. In case the House of Halder requests the Guardian Guild to remove themselves from the investigation, they must agree. Mutrad's gaze swept across everyone standing in the graveyard. He stopped reciting the contents for a moment to build silence and let his words sink into their brains. In case of Party A, the Guardian Guild failed to comply to the clause. House of Halder and 3 Halls of the Proud Sea Folk race has all the right to wage war on Party A and use any and all resources available to them. When Mutrad finished his last words, Tenulia looked flustered. Her hands slightly trembled. Peyton is a guardian, not a member of House of Halder, Tenulia growled. Yet again, Mutrad flicked his wrist, taking out another golden parchment. When Peyton Colwyn went missing, Stefan Colwyn requested Peyton to be admitted in a House of Halder. This is the confirmation of her membership. Tenulia snatched the parchment from Mutrad's hand and opened it to see the truth about Peyton's membership in the House of Halder. Tenulia couldn't believe her eyes. According to the navy blue sparkling letters on the parchment, Peyton was granted membership to the House of Halder. How can you admit someone into your house without their consent? Tenulia questioned Mutrad, but looking at his smile, Noah knew he had an answer for that too. In case the requested party is not available to sign the contract, his or her blood relatives, who must be a member of the House of Halder, can sign on their behalf. Tenulia didn't even think of going through the contract signed between the Guardian Guild and House of Halder, as she knew Mutrad wasn't lying. Stefan Colwyn signed a contract on Peyton Colwyn's behalf. Tenulia looked at the parchment to see Stefan's signature on the contract. Everything seemed to have been done legally by the House of Halder, but Noah couldn't help feeling like the House of Halder had planned to step on their territory for a long time. Visit. For the best notification experience, it seemed to Noah that the House of Halder was using Peyton's death as an excuse to spread their influence throughout the land. Apprehending the Dark Lord would definitely put them on top of the Guardians and also receive unprecedented support from the nobles and the Holy Church. Teacher, Noah called for Andreas in his mind as he saw no way to prevent the House of Halder from taking away the case of the Dark Lord from them. You have to become a member of the House of Halder, Noah. That's the only way we can find the Dark Lord without facing the full wrath of Halder and starting a war against 2 great clans. Andreas' grave voice sounded in Noah's mind. We will give you a week of time to hand over everything you have on the Dark Lord and sort out your affairs. Mutrad waved as the 2 parchments disappeared from Tenulia's hands. I assume we will get your full consent, Alpha Guardian? Tenulia burned in anger as she felt like chopping Mutrad to pieces. But deep down she knew he was just a messenger. The last thing she needed was to cause a war between the Guardian Guild and the House of Halder. Hence, she had no way but to accept their terms. Yes, you will, Tenulia nodded. Wonderful. Mutrad clapped his hands together excitedly before ascending to the sky. But unfortunately, the Guardians could only stare at Mutrad disappear into the dark clouds in a few moments. We finally disappeared from their sight. Noah turned his gaze to Tenulia. He didn't utter any words, but Tenulia could see the disappointment in his eyes. You think it's my fault? Tenulia asked, looking at Noah's expressionless face. Noah remained silent. We can't let them bully us. Peyton is a guardian. I don't care what they say. Zanali stomped the ground like a kid throwing a temper tantrum. Still, Noah remained silent. His silence irked Tenulia more than anything. After all, she couldn't bear the thought of disappointing the future Supreme Guardian. Noah. Zanali turned her bloodshot eyes at Noah. Say something. What's your plan? Why bother? Noah snickered. The latest _sodies are on _the website. I'm not the one running the show here. We should follow our Alpha Guardian's lead. Noah was so disappointed in both Zanali and Tenulia to the point he didn't even want to talk to them. He might be the god of light, but even he had his limits. To be honest, Noah didn't want to blame anyone, but deep down, he couldn't help blaming Tenulia. Because of her rash decisions, they lost Peyton, Tiriana, many guardians, and their headquarters in Draddle. The Dark Lord played them like they were kids. Noah lost count of how many times he told Peyton, Tenulia, and Zanali not to underestimate the Dark Lord. Still, they tried to capture the Dark Lord with their half-baked plan. Thanks to them, Noah had lost the one advantage he had over the Dark Lord, as now the Dark Lord learned that the Guardians knew about the spy cams. We are not here as Guardians, Noah. We are here as Peyton's friends. You can speak your mind, Tenulia sighed. You want me to speak my mind? Noah slowly walked toward Peyton's grave. One of the best is lying under 6 feet. The gravediggers are digging 50-plus graves out there as we speak. The House of Halder is pushing us aside. And last, but not least, the Dark Lord learned that we know about the spiders in your ship. So next time, he will come up with a new way to spy on us, and we won't have a clue. Zanali saw Noah losing his calmness for the first time. Suddenly, Noah slapped himself on the forehead. Pardon my mistake. There won't be a next time, because we are not the one dealing with the Dark Lord anymore. Although Noah didn't raise his voice, his anger was apparent to everyone. Tenulia was speechless as Noah took a deep breath and brushed Peyton's headstone gently. Meanwhile, Tenulia was shivering inside what Noah might do if he knew that Sabrina was taken hostage by the vampires, and it was a part of her plan to get the key first. Only Kat knew about Sabrina's whereabouts except for Tenulia. But she had no idea Kat was coming to her bearing serious bad news about Sabrina. After his outburst, Noah felt kind of bad. So he turned his gaze back to Tenulia, but when he saw Tenulia's silence and the deep concern within her eyes, he frowned. Do you have something to share, Alpha Guardian? Tenulia was too concerned about Sabrina's in-moment in her plan, as she didn't even hear Noah calling her Alpha Guardian. Noah slightly raised his voice, and finally, Tenulia SNA ped back to reality. What? Go on, Tenulia mumbled, having no idea what Noah just said. Why do I feel like you're hiding something, Alpha Guardian? Noah asked. On the other hand, Alicia too felt the same, just as Noah. Visit. For a better user experience, don't waste time talking to these idiots, Noah. Let's get out of here. We have more important things to do. Andreas snickered. You don't know everything, Noah. Tenulia coldly cut off Noah so he wouldn't ask any more questions. At that moment, Tenulia could only pray that Sabrina would lead them to the key and come out alive. Otherwise, she may have to pay with her own life. Meanwhile, Michael was walking along the walls of the dungeon with Sabrina. He was certain that he would meet the lion with wings and the youngster who carried a sword and a battle axe. Dawn, Michael recalled the name echoed through the walls a few moments ago. The demonic voice never sounded so pissed off as when it shouted the name. According to Hunter, the last universe was the most dangerous one he had visited. Something told Michael that the journey was coming to an end. Thanks to Hunter, who wiped out the skinless creatures and the most powerful beings who guarded the Shadow Realm, Michael never faced any life-threatening battles. Michael was both grateful towards Hunter and furious at him for clearing the Shadow Realm. He could have earned hundreds of thousands of badass points by killing the skinless creatures. The question that currently drilled his head was whether the people of the next universe would see him or not. He had a plan for both scenarios. If size mattered, suddenly while they were walking forward, Michael heard an alluringly magnetic voice reverberate in the area. Elephant would be the king of the jungle. Did you hear that? Sabrina asked as Michael nodded. What are these voices? Where are they coming from? Sabrina looked around her surroundings pretty confused. No idea. Michael lied, instead of revealing the truth that these voices are coming from other universes through the cracks in Shadow Realm walls. A king isn't born. He is made. Another voice echoed through the maze. Unlike the previous voice, the latest one had a bit of a thick animalistic tone to it. After hearing the voice, Michael's brain automatically thought of the lion he saw on the wall. On the one hand, they heard the voice, and on the other hand, they looked around for the beast. While cautious looking around, the two of them continued their journey. Michael saw no beast nearby. Instead, he saw a silhouette of a lion with wings in the sky for a second. I will rather be a lonely lion than a popular sheep. Michael could swear he saw the lion talking before disappearing from his sight. This time, Sabrina didn't seem to hear the voice as she walked beside him without turning her head. I don't think the beast ran away. Instead, she talked about the beast Michael had wounded before. Michael nodded as he too shared the same thought. If his gut feeling was right, the beast would be waiting with a trap. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Michael heard the first voice again. Visit. For the best notification experience, he quickly looked at the sky, expecting a silhouette, only to see nothing but dark sky. My life, every day, every minute, every second has been chiseled by me. Michael felt as if his head was about to explode when he heard the thunderous voice sweeping across the maze. Grrrr. Following the voice, Michael and Sabrina heard the beast roar in agony. The entire maze trembled as Michael felt the violent tremor on the ground. Remember, there are two sides to every story. Just like your face, once again the voice swept across the maze. But, contrary to before, the voice calmed down the tremor. However, Michael had a feeling it was only the calm before the storm. He expected the beast to arrive soon. Then, just like he expected, he began to hear the soft clicking noises in the distance. Let's kill this beast. Sabrina threw the sword in the air and let it fall at her hand. She even cracked her neck, just like Michael. Michael did not notice Sabrina, copying him as he focused on the voices resonating throughout the maze. I begged for love. You gave me a dagger through my heart. Now you ask for forgiveness. It'll give you death. After these words resonated, Michael saw a silhouette of a man wearing dark clothes in the sky above him. He wore dark armor and covered his head with a cloak. The man was about to turn around and show his face when Michael noticed a glare in the distance. Michael's instinct screamed at him to dash away. Boom. Fortunately, Michael reacted in time to dash away. Otherwise, he would have exploded into pieces. When he turned around to see where the explosion was happening, he noticed a meter-wide crate on the ground a few meters away from him. In a blink of an eye, another glare appeared in the distance. Before dashing away, Michael looked up at the sky to see the silhouette slowly fading away. Mitchie was kind of disappointed that he couldn't see the face of the young man, and Dee got annoyed by the beast firing fireballs at him from a distance. I had enough of this, Michael growled as he paced up forward with the clear intention to brutally murder the beast. Sabrina ran behind him while avoiding the fireballs. Grrrr. Visit. For the best experience, the beast roared as loud as it counted, but surprisingly, the roar sounded like the beast was screaming in pain rather than roaring in anger. Michael immediately felt something was up as he halted his pace. Why did we stop? Sabrina asked Michael with a confused face. Listen, grrrr. Sabrina focused her hearing and heard the beast roar. Focus, Michael whispered as she closed her eyes and focused on the roar. Only then did she sense the pain in the beast's roar. When she focused even more, she vaguely heard another growling sound. The screaming trailed off as they moved forward. Don't drop your guard and be ready to cast your shield spell, Michael instructed Sabrina, while taking each and every step with utmost caution. He activated his thermal vision, so he could see if there were any invisible beasts around them. A few meters away, the straight path ended and a sharp corner arrived. They couldn't see what was around the corner, but Michael saw traces of luminescent blue blood on the walls. Michael quickly pushed Sabrina to the wall and stood his back against the wall. Be ready, Michael whispered before slowly taking steps towards the corner. While moving towards the corner, Michael quickly controlled the drones hovering above him and moved them around the corner. However, as soon as the drones flew around the corner, Michael was stunned. Through the feed captured by the drones, he clearly saw the beast that had attacked them previously. It was a 10-foot wolf with 5 eyes on its face. Additionally, the beast's mouth was wide open like a flower. But the beast wasn't what surprised Michael because it was dead. Instead, the monster feasting on the beast startled him with its giant size and savage body. The humanoid monster stood on its 2 legs and ravaged the beast with its claws. It gutted the beast, feasting on its entrails. Michael zoomed to the monster to see the resemblance to the skinless creatures he had fought before. The monster covered its skinless body with skulls and bones. Additionally, the monster also had long, oily, thick black hair. Even the 10-foot beast looked tiny under its defeat. The giant monster stood at towering healing of 16 feet tall. The latest episodes are on the website. Suddenly, the monster stopped eating the beast's entrails and raised its head. It began to take a whiff of the air, turning its head to the drones. Michael saw its blood-red eyes staring directly at the drone. It had become apparent to Mitchie that the monster sees through the drone's invisibility somehow. Michael immediately tried to pull back the drones, But it was too late for the drones as the monster swatted the drones as though they were flies. The drones weren't built to withstand heavy blows, and the monster could crush a boulder with its palm, let alone his drones. Bang! When the monster swatted the drones against the wall, the place trembled. Grrrhhhh. The monster growled as it took a step forward before kicking the beast away. "What do you see?" Sabrina whispered. Michael shushed Sabrina as he slowly slid along the wall to look around the corner. "Fuck you, Hunter." As soon as Michael saw the giant monster with his eyes, he cursed Hunter, who said he wiped off the powerful monsters in the Shadow Realm. Before Michael took his gaze away from the monster, he did notice a deep cut running across the monster's chest. For some reason, Michael thought it was Hunter's handiwork. Obviously, Hunter tried to kill the monster by the look of the scar. However, it was evident Hunter failed. But Michael had to give it to Hunter. He was crazy and fearless enough to fight the monster head-on. How the hell did he become so powerful? Michael recalled how easily Hunter massacred the mages and the other hunters group. Although Michael had no idea of the power hierarchy in Hunter's universe, he had a feeling that Hunter stood atop the hierarchy. The monster was at the freaking fusion stage level 6. Therefore, Michael knew he could not fight the monster and survive unless he fought the monster as the Dark Lord. SHHHSSHSHHH. The monster kept sniffing the air, while stepping toward Michael and Sabrina. Battle with the monster would be inevitable at this rate. Taking a deep breath, Michael turned his head to see Sabrina. He prepared himself to inject Sabrina with the knockout serum using a spider and then go full Dark Lord. However, he was just about to take out a spider when he suddenly noticed the wall directly opposite him crack. Visit. For a better user experience, before Michael felt a powerful force from the crack sucking his soul into another universe, he heard the young man's voice again. If they stand behind you, protect them. If they stand beside you, respect them. If they stand against you, destroy them. Soaring through the darkness towards the light, Michael heard the monster's shriek behind him. Michael looked over his shoulder to only a blur behind. At that same time, a farm field was littered with destruction, blood, and shells. Red, pink, and blue were the new colors of what was once a stunning farm field, which had now become the stage of a disastrous fight. The air, which would typically carry the delicate scents of flowers and fruits, was now thick with the scent of death and decay, enough to destroy whatever courage was left in the survivors. The dead soldiers were abundant and lay in heaps around the farm field. The remaining soldiers shivered to take a step forward, frantically looking at the sky as if they were expecting something. The remaining soldiers lost all their courage to fight. Many had already succumbed to hysteria and could no longer move, let alone defend themselves. In contrast, others could only think of home and what they had left behind. The toll on both nature and humanity was devastating. It would likely take decades before this farm field will have recovered. The broken siege engines, rubble, and blood had taken the place of flowers, shrubs, and bushes. Some of the soldiers, frantically looking at the sky for breakfast, noticed a black suddenly appear in the cloudy sky above. Though soon, the black dot grew in size to the point they all realized that it wasn't a black dot, but a man falling from the sky. When they saw the man's black robes, they immediately dropped their weapons and fell to the ground. Run! Some of the soldiers completely lost their minds. Michael was trying to balance himself in the sky and shouting at the system. Unlike before, when he traveled to Etheria and Hunter's universe, Michael was pulled into the current universe with his body. In other words, he was not in his soul form. Michael felt no arch energy or celestial energy around him. Hence, he couldn't stop free falling and start flying. Fortunately, Michael saw a broken trebuchet in the battle. Fuck you, system. Michael cursed the system as he flapped his arms like a bird to change his trajectory towards the trebuchet. He was falling from such a height that the wind brushing against his face hurt his skin. If he didn't stop free falling, Michael doubted one could scrape his body from the ground completely after he became a human omelet. Fortunately, Michael still wore the Mark III grappling hook around his wrist. So when he was approximately 50 meters away from the trebuchet, Michael reached for the trebuchet, aimed at its top, and fired the grappling hook. Thud! The grappling hook soared through the air and coiled around the top. Kachak! Due to his speed being suddenly stopped by the grappling hook attached to his arm, the backlash force dislocated Michael's shoulder. He growled in sharp pain. He gritted his teeth and released the hook. Grhh. Finally, Michael hit the ground, holding his shoulder. Thanks to his quick thinking and the trebuchet, Michael survived the fall with only a dislocated shoulder. Could have been worse. Michael looked around his unfamiliar surroundings. But unfortunately, his vision was still blurry because of the pain and dizziness of traveling through the shadow realm to another realm. As soon as his vision cleared, he cautiously noticed the blue armored soldiers surrounding him. The latest underscore SOTIs are on the website. It's not him. Who the fuck is he? Where did he come from? Let's capture him before the White Death appears. The soldiers slowly stepped toward Michael, tightly clenching their weapons. Whoa, guys, slow down. Michael stepped backward, holding his shoulder. He was startled by how powerful these soldiers were. Each of them could fight a soul refining stage, level 5 warrior from Michael's universe. At least 60 soldiers were surrounding him. Despite his shock, Michael kept a calm face. System, it's not the right time to go silence, Michael growled in his mind. However, no matter how many times he summoned the system in his mind, it didn't respond to him. Look at the way he's dressed. All black. What if he's related to him? Michael saw a soldier stutter. Exactly. If he's related to him, we can take him hostage and bring him to His Majesty. Guys, don't do anything you will regret in the future. Michael calmly warned the soldiers as they quickly took a step back from him. Whoosh. As they were reluctantly staring at Michael, whether they should approach him or not, Michael saw 2 warships soaring through the sky from north and south. The warships were no different than the frigates in Michael's universe, except these 2 ships were flying in the sky. The ships are here. Suddenly, the soldiers screamed in joy as Michael noticed several of them cry out loud. Most of them dashed away from Michael, shooting towards the ship from the ground like rockets. Meanwhile, some soldiers still stared at Michael without moving an inch. What are you waiting for? Come! Some soldiers shouted at those surrounding Michael. They cared for their lives more than capturing Michael. After all, they came with 1,000 strong, and only 50 or 60 of them survived the onslaught. The White Death single-handedly wiped out the majority of them. White Death would have killed all 1,000 if it weren't for their mage. I'm catching this guy and avenging my brothers. Slow down, guys. Michael squeezed his shoulder, preparing himself to fix his shoulder as he saw no way out without fighting. The soldiers who landed on the airships quickly threw out ropes for those who couldn't fly to climb up. Then, the ships hovered in the sky, waiting to pick up the survivors. Visit for the best no-undersell experience. Let's go. One soldier shouted at another one. Let's get the fuck out of here before they come. No, these ships are built to last against them. They can't destroy them. Michael had 0 clues about what they were talking about. However, one thing was sure, those who slaughter the soldiers can't damage the ships. At least, that is what Michael heard from the soldiers. However, the sound of thunderclaps suddenly swept through the area as the sky grew darker and darker. The wind howled like a wolf as flashes of lightning flashed across their eyes. Shit. He's here. The soldiers who tried to capture Michael courageously lost their willpower completely. Boom! When another thunderclap reverberated throughout the battlefield, they dropped the swords and spears in their hands. Michael looked above to see clouds dark as his robes were gathering in the sky. Their surroundings turned ominous darker, with lightning flashing across the area. Boom! Suddenly, when the soldiers were about to turn around and run, a thick, dark bolt of lightning hit the ground between the 2 ships. Everyone, including Michael, couldn't help closing their eyes due to the bright flash. When they opened their eyes, Michael saw the young man adorned in dashing black armor, covering his head with a cloak, standing at the place where the lightning bolt hit. Without a doubt, Michael knew he was the same young man he saw in the engravings and in the sky as a silhouette in the shadow realm. It's him. God! No. The soldiers were thrown into pure chaos when he appeared, and the soldiers surrounded him just collapsed to the ground in utter fear. Whoosh! The moment the soldiers atop the ship saw him, they screamed as the two ships began to move. After that, they did not bother to wait for the soldiers on the ground anymore. However, the black-robed young man grabbed the ropes with each hand. The latest _up_sodies are on the website. The ships trembled as they slowly moved away on opposite sides while the young man coiled the ropes around his fist and began to pull them closer. Seeing the scene, Michael raised his brows. Kachak. Since the soldiers were focused on the man, Michael gritted his teeth and jerked his shoulder, fixing his dislocated shoulder, which released a sickening, crushing sound before setting it right. After setting his shoulder, Michael grabbed a soldier by his collar and picked him up from the ground. Who is he? Michael shook the terrified soldier. Don, the soldier stuttered. So he is Don. Michael let the shoulder go as he turned his gaze back at Don. When he was in the shadow realm, the demonic voice screamed the name. Don. The thunderclouds rumbled as Don pulled the ropes closer and closer. Michael's muscles ached just by seeing Don pulling two ships together with his raw strength. Don's arms trembled as he moved his head upwards. Only then did the cloak covering his head slide down, revealing his face to Michael. Don is the MC of Rise of the Legendary Emperor. His raven black hair was just long enough to touch his lower neck and fluttered in the wind. He had a stubble beard a few inches thicker than Michael's, and despite the monstrous task he was performing, his face showed no signs of pain. Michael could see Don's biceps screaming to tear out his black armor, which seemed to have been made of a material resembling Kevlar. Don wasn't the most handsome, but rather looked no different than the next-door guy. However, he had a certain indescribable aura that made him stand out. Inch by inch, Don pulled the two ships together while the soldiers atop the ships tried to cut off the ropes. At least that's what the soldiers tried to do before Don yanked the ropes, shaking two ships. Michael finally heard Don speak, and his voice sounded more dominant and hard as steel than it did in the Shadow Realm. Don pulled the ships closer, going. Michael noticed the ships getting closer to each other inch by inch, as well as the smoke coming through the ships. Nowhere. The latest _sodies are on the website. Boom. Finally, the ships gave off as they suddenly clashed with each other and exploded into pieces. The explosion lit the gloomy farm field like a mini-sun, and the explosion force swept across the field, blasting away the corpses, the broken siege machines, and everything on the ground. The exploded ships fell to the ground only to create another mushroom cloud explosion. Michael was blasted away by the force, and he landed on the mud after flying for at least 10 meters like a kite without an anchor in the storm. Gore! Michael growled, feeling the aching pain in every single part of his body. He injected himself with a healing potion, but it did not heal his body at all. I hate this place. Now, Michael realized why Hunter said this universe was the most dangerous one of them all. Being in this universe with his body made him vulnerable. Only if he had access to arch energy or celestial energy, he might have hated the place less. After picking himself from the ground, Michael leaned on the broken trebuchet beside him and took some deep breaths. Boom! Once again, a thunderous explosion swept across the area, but fortunately, it produced less force than before. Still, the blast happened where Don was standing. If any normal human being was caught in the explosion, they wouldn't survive in a million years. However, Michael knew Don was not a normal human being. After all, he just saw Don bring down 2 frigate-sized ships from the sky with his raw strength. Although Don used battle energy to enhance his strength, no one could have done the same even if they had battle energy running through their veins. Instead, it required an immense amount of raw power to bring down the ships. Michael would have chosen to sabotage the ships from within, but something told him Don had no choice. All those who survived White Death died in the explosion, and the rest who didn't get on the ship lay around the farm field without moving an inch. The fire burnt many of them, and Michael doubted they would survive for much longer. He couldn't care less about them. Those soldiers tried to capture him. Hence, Michael felt no pity for the soldiers. Instead, Michael looked around the farm field, taking his gaze away from the raging fire where Don was standing. Michael would have gone into the fire if he had his powers. If he tried to get near the raging hot flames now, he would be melted like a candle. Even standing several meters away from the explosion site, he sweated as he was inside an oven. As he was breathing heavily, Michael heard storm clouds rumbling in the distance. Surprisingly, the thunderclaps sounded so close to Michael. He quickly looked above as he felt like the sound was coming from above him. The moment he saw the sky, he felt a chill running through his spine. At that point in time, a vortex appeared in the sky, and Michael noticed the monster peeking through the vortex head first. "Holy fuck," Michael shouted as he frantically looked around. His mind told him to prepare for a fight instead of waiting for someone else to come and save him. Therefore, Michael looked around to find something. Since he lost the arch energy, it was doubtful the monster would still possess any arch energy to fight. The only advantage the monster had over him was its superior size. If he could repair the broken trebuchet beside him, he could fight it without using spells. While limping towards the trebuchet's broken pulley system, Michael wondered how the hell the monster could travel from the Shadow Realm to here. Visit. For the best known energy experience, to be honest, Michael thought only he could travel between realms. But he was proven wrong when a monster crawled through the vortex in the sky. The monster's head was out, and it was squeezing the rest of its body through the vortex. While it was squeezing through, the monster noticed Michael with its big eyes. As a result, the monster screamed with pure hatred and anger. "What the hell did I ever do to you?" Michael showed the monster his middle finger and picked up a few broken planks as well as some metal pieces from the ground. "Grrrr." The monster screamed as loud as it could, and its roar sounded louder than the thunder claps themselves. Michael quickly rushed his word as the monster seemed more pissed off after he showed his middle finger. "System, you fuck. Where are you?" He tried to summon the system, but once again, he received no response from the system. The last time the system went offline was when it screamed something about omegas. So Mitchie wondered if the system's unresponsiveness was related to the omegas. Michael didn't completely blame the system, as he knew the system wouldn't go offline suddenly without reason. Still, he was pissed at the monster coming to kill him, and he had no one to blame. Inch by inch, the monster crawled out of the vortex. But suddenly, the monster screamed as it dashed out of the vortex, finally coming out. The monster began to fall from the sky. Michael wished the monster would break its legs or die when it hit the ground. However, the monster's superior size would save it from dying instantly. Besides, unlike Michael, the monster was falling from a lower height. Michael rushed to fix the trebuchet. The only thing that could save him from a monster was the trebuchet. Deep down, he hoped Dawn would come out of the fire, yet when Michael looked over his shoulder, he saw no one walking out of the fire. Boom! Finally, the monster landed on the ground, creating a large crater-like meteor. Michael started at the crater without batting an eye. After the vortex disappeared from the sky, he heard no sound except the whistling wind and thunder rumbling. However, soon Michael saw the monster's hand as the monster climbed out from the crate. The monster was 16 feet tall and several feet wide. Michael looked small compared to the monster, and even the trebuchets looked tiny. Grrh. The monster growled as its gaze swept across the battlefield until its gaze stopped at Michael. Then, locking its eyes with Michael, the monster exhaled, letting a puff of smoke out of its nostrils. Visit. For a better user experience, the monster slowly lifted his hand, pointing its finger at Michael. "Damn it, what did I do?" Michael cursed his luck. "I need fire." Thanks to his inventor skills, Michael found a way to fix the trebuchet with what he had: a couple of planks, metal pieces, and some torn clothes. Unfortunately, he needed fire but couldn't summon his dark flames. Meanwhile, the monster began to walk towards its target, growling. Each step of the monster caused a tremor and produced ominous pounding sounds. Michael frantically looked around to find a flame, but there was only one fire source on the battlefield, the place where Dawn brought 2 ships down. Well, fuck it. Michael threw the planks and metal pieces in his hand to the ground and began to rush toward the fire. He hoped his robes would protect him against the fire, and even if he did get burned, he could heal himself when he returned to his universe. The monster noticed Michael limping towards the fire as it started to speed up its steps. The monster closed the 100 or so meter distance between them in a couple of seconds, and soon it reached a hand-reaching distance from Michael. Boom! However, when a monster tried to grab Michael, the monster awkwardly flew back before crashing down like a broken airplane. Michael heaved a sigh of relief as he looked over his shoulder to see an object soar through the air. Michael closed his eyes for a second, replaying what just happened in his mind. The monster was chasing him, and something came from the fire and hit the monster in the chest, sending it flying. He replayed the scenes again to recall what hit the monster. A war hammer. Michael saw a vague shape of a war hammer with one pointy head and a blunt head. It was painted black and decorated with golden runes. Grrrr! The monster screamed from a distance. It struggled to stand up, but eventually it did. Suddenly, Michael heard a rustling sound as he turned his gaze towards the fire to see Don calmly walking out of the fire with the war hammer in his hands. The raging hot flame that melted the metal like a candle didn't harm him. He calmly walked through the fire. "That ugly thing bothering you?" These were Don's first words to Michael. Before Michael could nod, he noticed a black bow that looked directly stripped out from an anime or a game. Visit. For the best no-understood experience, thud. Don put the warhammer down as he raised his bow. With another flick of his wrist, Don retrieved 6 black arrows and knocked them on the bowstring, surprising Michael. First, Don didn't look like a bow and arrow guy. Second, even Gaia could fire only 3 arrows at the same time. But Don knocked 6 arrows on the bowstring and pulled them back. Don waited until the monster took a few steps toward them, and when it took its 5th step, Don released the arrows. As soon as the arrows left the bow, they created a shock wave that pushed Michael a step back. In addition, the arrows produced a loud bang like Don had just fired a gun. Boom, 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 boom. Michael heard loud explosions sweeping across the farm field as he noticed the monster's body parts starting from head to toe, exploding into red mist in a straight line. Sigh. Michael heaved a sigh of relief when the arrows shattered the monster into pieces. Even after killing a terrifying monster, Don showed no expression on his face. The bow and warhammer vanished into thin air as he turned his gaze towards Michael. "Come on, Ghost. We have a lot to talk about." Michael was stunned by Don as the latter called Michael by his name, just like Hunter. "Cat." Michael noticed a dim glow in Don's ear. "Teleport us back to Everlight." Michael sensed the air around him becoming colder and his vision blurred in a blink of an eye. "Welcome to Everlight." Michael heard a sweet, melodious voice from behind. The latest Underfucking Corsodies are on the website. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.